Welcome. So glad to see you this morning. Uh, just wrapping things up here in the bathroom. At which point we'll move to a more normal location. I began live streaming today knowing that this might just be the most important live stream I ever make. Because unlike usual, today I'm coming to you rock soft and throbless. This is a direct contrast to my normal way. It just becomes you rock hard and throbbing. That's my standard MO, you know. But not today. Not today. Today, I have flaccid penis syndrome. It's not just soft, it's retracted all the way into my body. I can't find anything down here right now. It's all just right back into my body. It's not that cold. I think it's just scared, maybe. Scared of you, scared of life, scared of losing, scared of winning, you know. It just wants to curl up in the fetal position inside of my body and quiver until the terror passes. So, obviously that's going to make this stream a little different than normal. Because, one thing, I'm not constantly tent poling, you know. So you don't have to look at that this time. Okay, I've got my coldness prevention garment, and I've got my coffee. Most importantly, I've got you, and you're coming with me. Today is Monday. PE clothes stay here. What will you do on a Monday? Will you touch your mother? That's what you should do on a Monday. Now go and find your brother. What will you do on a Monday? Will you sit and stream so live? Today, in fact, is Monday. And it's time we all arrive. This is my poem for Monday. What do I have to do today? So many things. So many things. Rachel and I need to go to the store. We're more or less out of everything. It's been a good couple of weeks since we went to the store, maybe a solid week plus, you know. Groceries are expensive, obviously. I don't like having to buy things, but you gotta eat. Maybe you don't, but I have to eat. Sometimes. You can't just eat cigarettes and coffee. You also need to include peach rings. Peach rings are a quick and easy way to get all your recommended daily allowance of fruit. I'm not sure if there's any actual peaches in peach rings, but they taste like peaches and therefore fruit. Watching Jobless Reincarnation 2, you know, the main character in it is, much of the second season is devoted to him trying to cure his impotency. Um, only to learn at the end of the season, the only real cure for impotency is love. It really made me think about, I got kind of jealous of him. I said, you know what? Today I'm going to be rock soft and throbless all day long. In in the spirit of camaraderie, you know, to show as a gesture of my support for Jobless Reincarnation 2 and 1. So I should be able to maintain flaccid and throbless all day long because yesterday I ejaculated. I'm 52 years old, so it's easy to go a full day, you know, without ejaculating. So I feel pretty confident I can attain my goal today of sustaining a flaccid and throbless member. Solidarity, that's the word. In solidarity with the main character, Rudius, of Jobless Reincarnation 2. Just want to tell him, listen, Rudius, it's fine. Look at my penis. It's flaccid and throbless right now, all day long, in solidarity with you. You don't need to be rock hard and throbbing all the time to be a man, okay? If you're rock hard and throbbing all the time, you're really just a filthy animal. Human beings have more important things to do than have sex all the time. Like this, for example. Would you rather be having sex or listening to this? The answer is clear as day. You'd rather be listening to this. Who wouldn't? This is sex for your mind, plus drugs for your mind, plus everything else good, like an amusement park and food and sleep and everything. So just put your wiener away. This isn't a wiener-focused live stream, all right? I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to see it. Just put it away. Get your hand off of it. Ladies, if you're currently masturbating, just go ahead and finish. But dudes, I'm trying to promote a new universe where it's cool to be flaccid and throbless because you're more civilized that way. It's cool to be like, no, I don't want to have sex with you. I want to do intellectual work with talking. We can't have sex right now. Talking with famous people just went live. That's what all the dudes should be saying in the world right now. You just got to take care of yourself, Julie. Here's the massager. I'll give them a pass. They can wait until they're done to start watching Talking with Famous People. Because I'm not so angry at them. I'm angry at men. I'm angry at men for being so penis focused all the time. Like, look, almost all of your body is not your dick. So why don't you stop acting as though it's so important? Oh, sex. It's like the greatest accomplishment ever or something. People have this all kinds of weird notions about sex. Sex is just going number 3, you know? And I realized yesterday what going number 4 was. Crying. Because when you poop, you have to get out all the toxic poop out of your body. When you pee, you have to get out all the stinky urine out of your body. When you come, you have to get out all that troublesome semen out of your body. Unless you're a girl. And then when you have horrible, stinky emotions inside you, you need to cry. and the emotions, like the urea, gets mixed in with your tears. They fall to the ground, and then you're emotion free after you cry. And, Rachel and I both got to attain that therapy yesterday by watching Jobless Reincarnation 2. By the end of it, we were both sobbing. And then after the tears had dried, we both felt like, hey, I no longer have to pee, except instead of pee, it's emotions. So I recommend that for in any given day, you go definitely number 1, definitely number 2, and definitely number 4. But you don't necessarily need to go number 3 on any given day. But you need to go number 3 occasionally, at least. You don't want to play no fap or retain your semen. That's not good for you. Only idiots do that. If you think you're fapping too much to porn, then just say no porn, not no fap. P motion. Promotion. Is that a penis promotion? Or is it a penis demotion? The point is, Ruben and Boba Fett, I'm glad some guys are here, because this is really a guy conversation right now. Boba Fett, Ruben, we're going to all commit today. We're going to keep our penises flaccid and throbless all day long, okay? In solidarity with Rudius from Jobless Reincarnation 2, who spent the whole second season until the last episode trying to cure his impotence. So I just want to let him know, it's fine to be impotent. Sex is for animals mostly. I almost wish that I could be impotent so that I would never waste my time on sex. But, the point is, I never find it a waste of time. I know it's a thing. It's the stupidest thing ever. I never feel like it's a waste of time when I have sex with Rachel. But that's special circumstances. Under normal circumstances, people shouldn't be wasting nearly as much time as they are having sex, trying to have sex, whatever. Sex is not that important. Yeah, the Brotherhood of Idiots. It's like I watched this one semen retention video, and the guy's like, by retaining your semen, you exude a lot more sexual energy. You're really a lot more attractive to the opposite sex. And what's the point of that? So that you can, once again, not fuck them and retain your semen? Idiots. Retaining your semen makes no more sense than retaining your pee or retaining your poo or retaining your tears. Emotions, urine, poo, and cum are all bad for you. You need to get them out of your body. So, people like Cloud do things like semen retention this week. This week, Cloud's brand new path to enlightenment is not coming. Next week, it's fasting. The week after that, it's holding in your poo. Each week, of course, it's a new, absolute, final, true realization of the real truth. So, obviously, don't be a cloud. That guy was such an idiot. Oh my God. Poop retention makes you more determined and focused. I've really become a dedicated pooper the last, year. I've gradually become a more dedicated pooper. These days, I sit down to try to poop a couple of times, 3 times maybe a day. I don't always push out a lot of poop. But I really want to start avoiding my periodic constipation stretches. Because when I retain my poo, it makes me feel like I'm not ready to begin the day until I let my poo out, and it's not coming out. Not ready to come out. I think tantric pooping makes some sense there. It's like instead of retaining your semen, why don't you try to poop more? That might actually make you feel better. Now, here's the horrible truth I have to admit to everybody. There's one thing that people say you should do to be healthy. It's not bullshit. It's almost all bullshit, right? Like, oh, you gotta eat this. That's just bullshit. Oh, you shouldn't eat that. That's just bullshit. Oh, you should drink 10 glasses of water today. That's just bullshit. But the one thing that's absolutely not bullshit, but I wish it were, is getting exercise. Getting exercise is really helps you feel better, helps you really not encounter lots of little problems like constipation, insomnia, whatever. All those kind of things tend to be solved by just getting some good physical exercise. But here's the thing. Getting exercise as an activity by itself is insane, right? Like you could do plenty of useful things that give you a workout. Why are you trying to exercise without doing anything else? Just exercise. That is insane and incredibly dumb. I got a little bit of a workout yesterday when I pushed the trash cans to the street. Now admittedly, that's not enough of a workout, but when I'm doing more worky work, like the other day when I went around the house with a squirty thing and the paper towels and cleaned up all the spots on the floor, I worked up myself into a pretty good sweat, right? That's a good way to get exercise. You're doing something and the exercise is a naturally occurring consequence of it. When I was younger, I used to play a lot of pickup basketball because I like to play basketball. Unavoidably, I got a lot of exercise in the process. That's how you get exercise. You're doing something that you want to or need to do that naturally provides you exercise. People who go jogging and shit, I just want to stop my car and grab their arm and say, listen, what the fuck are you doing? You're exerting all this energy to accomplish nothing except exerting energy. Exerting energy to accomplish things is work. Exerting energy for no reason, just to exert energy, is just stupid. Right? Yes, it is. But Eric, I thought you said you didn't need justifications for jogging because it was a behavior, not an affirmation. You don't need justifications for jogging, just like I don't need justifications to point out how stupid it is. Okay, maybe I do need justifications for that. But, I don't like jogging. I find it miserable. And the thing is, when I do go jogging, which I do occasionally, because I feel like I need some exercise right now. Like, let's say I'm sick and I'm not breathing very well. Well, the solution to that is very simple. If you're ever sick, like if you have COVID or something else that's really impacting your breathing, you just go jogging and it fixes the problem. So, but when I go jogging, I don't go jogging. I go sprinting. I run as fast as I can for as far as I can until I can't breathe anymore. It's usually about a block and a half. And then I'm like, and that's all I need to do. And that clears out all my lungs and gets me just fine again. So that's what you should do when you're sick. What shouldn't you do when you're sick? You shouldn't go to the doctor. Okay, that's a bad idea. Doctors are just going to give you some pill or whatever and make you worried about your health. Don't do that. you just go say, I am not tolerating this chest infection any longer. And you go sprint down the road as fast as you can until you can't breathe anymore. And that will fix it. Done it many times. Works every time. So if somebody's jogging for that reason, fine. But then they're not a regular jogger, right? They're jogging to solve a problem. And they're not even jogging, they're sprinting. Because I want the exercise to take as little time as possible, but get me fully exhausted, cardiovascular wise, you know? But, you know, I may end up a little later. It's a little early right now, 9 o'clock. Rich is crashed out still. And she probably won't be up till noon or whatever. But I may a little later go into the living room and continue my makeshift carpet cleaning that I'm doing. I didn't get a rug doctor, but I don't need a rug doctor because I've got this wonderful Craftsman shop vac that was not expensive, but is fantastic. And I can just get some soapy water. I can get a scrub brush, scrub that carpet, and well, I agree with you with lots of things except for drugs, Ruben. Minimum effort for maximum impact is great. You know, exercise smarter, not harder. But for drugs, Ruben says, I want to know the minimum effective dose for a given desired impact. Well, the desired impact is to get wasted. So you're going to want to go higher than the minimum dose there. Like today, I took the minimum dose of Vyvanse, one pill, 70 milligrams. Because I don't have any smaller pills than that. It's not the minimum dose of Vyvanse you can get. It's the minimum dose of Vyvanse I can take because I've got 70s. And that's just because I'm trying to care a little bit about future Eric and not take 2 Vyvanses every day and run out of them right away. So in that instance, I am taking the minimum dose, but it's not because I've done an impact calculus for the dosage. It's because I'm considerate about tomorrow and the next day's Eric. They're friends too, you know. It's not just today's Eric that matters. Like I tried to explain to Rachel on a couple of occasions, because she noticed at the wedding that by the time the karaoke was rolling, everyone was having a good time. I wasn't really that active in participating in that kind of thing. Partially because my voice was shot that day, but partially because I was tired because I spent 2 weeks getting ready for the wedding and I wasn't that sprung. And Rachel's like, oh, I feel bad because you didn't have that great of a time at the wedding. So no. You're misreading this entirely. It is true that in that moment, I would have been happy if someone had handed me a fat rail of meth, but I'm very glad that things played out as they did, and there's a reason why I didn't make a big effort to try to get some more drugs from somebody who probably had them there. It's because I was aware, and I'm doubly aware now after the fact, that the wedding did everything I could possibly have dreamed of it doing on FE grounds. And that's way more satisfying to have that in my ego spank bank than to get more loaded at the wedding and be happier at the wedding. You like it more than Adderall. I definitely do like it more than Adderall, Katie Verona. But I'm thinking next month I may ask the doctor to just prescribe me Dexedrine Because Vyvanse is dexedrine, but it's with a lysine molecule attached, which makes it only processable through the liver. Dexedrine is like Adderall, and you can melt it in your mouth and it goes straight through into your blood, right? Or you can snort it and it'll hit your mucous membrane and bam, So it's abusable, dexedrine. You can smoke it. You can't do any of those things with Vyvanse. But the main reason I'm considering asking him to give me dexedrine instead of Vyvanse is not because I want the greater abusability, although I do. It's because Vyvanse cost me $400 fucking a month. Yes, it just went generic, but my pharmacy doesn't have any of the generics. And even the generics will be $200. I wish I had some MDMA, but I don't have any. I wish I had MDMA. I wish I had DMT. I wish I had ketamine. I don't have any of those things. I even wish I had acid. I want to take acid. At least acid doesn't make you puke, Well, Ritalin is baby speed. I would never want Ritalin. That's gross speed. I don't really have a bad drop effect. The way I do amphetamines is this. My bottle never lasts a full month. So what I do is basically I try to do it kind of as prescribed at first. And then when I get to the diminishing returns of the bottle, I'll double up. But like I've already doubled up twice in this bottle. So the thing is, the ideal speed is really methamphetamine. It's the cleanest and most effective speed. So you can get prescription meth, but I don't think I want prescription meth. I think sometimes be careful what you wish for. So the next best option is dexedrine. Adderall has 2 or 3 different kinds of speed in it that makes it adulterated. There are 2 possible reasons. They're probably both reasons why Adderall has the bad speed in it as well as the good speed. One of them is the Adderall company, whatever pharmacy made that, wanted a proprietary blend so they could have a patent on it for 7 or 10 years or whatever it is. The other reason is they added those extra amphetamines to make it less fun, less abusable. So the thing is, prior to Adderall coming out and being worse than the predominant amphetamine of the time, which was dexedrine. Dexedrine was the predominant amphetamine of the time, except the problem was, or people thought this was a problem, I don't think it's a problem, is that like housewives in the 50s and 60s and stuff abused the shit out of dexedrine. They kept them skinny, it got them to do all their housework and stuff. And maybe it was because women were abusing it, or maybe it was just because Nixon's a prick. I don't know. Everybody was like, "All right, we shouldn't let people abuse dexedrine so much." Well, fuck that noise. So anyway, Vyvanse is sort of like the solution that's better than Adderall from the government's perspective. It's like, okay, so mixing in those shitty speeds into Adderall didn't stop people from abusing it. If anything, it just made them abuse it more because the crash is ugly. And they snort more of it or whatever. But we don't want people to do dexedrine because that's so clean and good that they'll just abuse that. Okay, well, what if we put a lysine molecule on dexedrine? Well, then we have Vyvanse. I like Vyvanse because it does have dramatically fewer side effects than Adderall. Like, it doesn't give me a headache. Adderall gives me a headache sometimes. it doesn't really make me masturbate. Sometimes if I get thwacked out on Adderall, I'll start I'll start masturbating, which always feels like a stupid thing to do because I got a hot young wife here. What am I doing? When I'm up in the middle of the night, thwacked out, thinking about shoplifter porn. I like shoplifter porn when I watch it, which is pretty rarely, but Adderall speed in general can reduce your ability. Like some people, sometimes if you're really thwacked out, it's like you can't get it up. But I don't know if it reduces your sex drive. Speed freaks are notorious for masturbating for myriad hours. Meth is the worst. Smoke a bunch of meth, then 12 hours later, finish masturbating. That's just meth for you. I've been having so much trouble getting my amphetamines. Like prior to getting this bottle of Vyvanse, I was just like, I am fucking just about to go to Fresno and buy some meth off the street. And they're more reliable drug dealers than the pharmacy. But I didn't. What was crazy, I saw last night, I was Googling things in the live stream. The city of Fresno, which is not one of Los Angeles, well, not one of California's bigger cities. The biggest cities in California are like Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, San Diego, Sacramento. Fresno's only 500 and some thousand. The state of Wyoming only has like 30,000 more people in it than the city of Fresno. That just blows my mind. The state of Wyoming is quite large. It's not a tiny state or something. It's not like Delaware or Rhode Island. And yet it has only the population of Fresno in the whole state. It kind of makes you wonder a little bit about each state gets 2 senators. Like Wyoming, realistically, we have to acknowledge that Wyoming has too much power as a state given its tiny population. 500 and some thousand people in the whole state? That's insane, man. Like, I'm really happy to live here in Mariposa, where it's a super small, low density county, 37,000 people or something in it. And probably the least populous state, county in the state. I'm not sure about that, but one of the smaller counties in the state as well. But I guess I don't really know what low density population is. Probably like a county with 37,000 people in it. It's probably like the second biggest county in Wyoming or something. Probably the capital city of Wyoming has the most population of it. I'm not sure, but it's like even like Pasadena probably has close to that many people. It's just a little section of LA. Well, yeah, Idaho especially is a large portion of it is protected lands run by, either the Department of the Interior or the National Park Service or whatever. Some of it is grazing rights stuff. Like certain lands that the U.S. government controls or is custodian of are set aside for grazing rights. So people can purchase grazing rights for their cows for public lands from the government. Same with mining rights. But a lot of Idaho isn't even grazed or mined, it's just preserved as available wilderness for people to go visit. I've never been to Idaho, but I like the low density population, but I also like California. I lived here my whole life, so and my daughter lives here, and we're really happy where we are. But I do recognize that if we were to do what we're doing in its maximally optimized way, we'd be somewhere like Idaho or Wyoming, where the population is small. Idaho's got over 1 million people, but it's still small. It's like a little more than twice as big as Wyoming. Montana, I'm not sure about how many populations that has. But the thing is also, Idaho, Wyoming, Montana, Utah. Utah is pretty populous, but those places are all considerably further north than where we are. So the winters are a lot harder, longer, more snowy and stuff like that. I like snow, but I like the fact also that last year's winter was a bit of an anomaly. We're unlikely to get 6 feet of snow any other winter. We probably got a little more than that in full. Well, any sane person would take anything over Fresno. Fresno is horrible. It happens to be the closest city to us. It's still an hour and a half away, fortunately. You can see the lights of it in the distance from certain spots on the hills as we're driving out from our house to like town or something. There's this one spot where it kind of goes up to the top and you can see way down in the valley below, and off in the distance you can see the lights of Fresno. But yeah, Fresno is. If you were to put Fresno and Bakersfield in a bag and pull out a name, so where you're going to live, you very well might say, I hope I get Bakersfield. And I don't think anybody's ever said that sentence before. Honey, look, I can't decide. I think we need to buy a home in Bakersfield and one in Fresno because both those places are so fantastic. And then if we get sick of Bakersfield and Fresno, let's move to Oakland. Oakland is like a post-apocalyptic nightmare. We drive to Oakland every once in a while to get mushrooms or go see the A's. We decided to be A's fans this year. We saw 3 A's games. The worst team in baseball. Well, that's why we were able to get such great seats at an affordable price. And it was a fun experience, We went to one A's game where the attendance was under 3,000 people. And we had the best seats in the stadium. We got the third base field box, and we got the seats as the 2 seats in the front row that were as close to the A's dugout as possible. The camera lady who's like on the field taking high quality pictures, she was sitting right next to us. There's just a little fence between us. She was on the field there, and the photographer as well, I could yell at the A's manager and he could hear me, no problem. It was like yelling in the library. And of course, Rachel and I, as part of our A's fandom, initiated and became co-presidents of the Shea Langoliers fan club. And the last game we went to with our signed Shea Langoliers fan club, they were playing against the Yankees, I guess. And the guy with the camera came and between innings filmed me getting a 50-50 ticket and holding up my Shea Langoliers fan club sign. And then later in the game, because he was resting that day, I yelled at Katze. He had played like the last 2-3 weeks in a row every single game. So Katze rested him that day that we went. And it's funny, I had anticipated this. I was like, oh shit, this is looking like it's timing out. They're going to rest the catcher on this day maybe. And they did. I was impressed with my own ability to intuit that might happen. I yelled at Katze. I said, Perez needs more rest. Put in Shea Langoliers. Which is, of course, ridiculous because Perez had been resting for weeks. And Shea Langoliers had not had a day off for weeks. And I had the wonderful experience of seeing an A's player, I don't know who it was, standing at the dugout, looking at me yelling this at Katze and laughing at me. Because it was obviously untrue that Perez needed more rest. So that was very delightful. This morning I uploaded another Johnny short. This time it says, blonde guy plays with rad drummer. I think Johnny would appreciate that. He probably won't see it, of course, but he spent so much time giving love to his bandmates, making sure the audience recognized their contributions that I figured I should do so as well. I'm not going to make anything about the bassist because the bassist was excellent. Like, he did his job so well that you didn't notice him. And it's only a 3-piece, you know. But the drummer did his job so well that you did notice him. Boy, that guy's got some dynamics. I also uploaded a new song today, a new hit. It's called Ooh Ah Ooh Ah Is What I Got or Want. It goes like this. Ooh ah ooh ah ooh, it's the song that I got. Ooh ah ooh ah ooh, it's the song that I want. Ooh ah ooh ah ooh, what I wanna do, I wanna sing. What I wanna sing, I wanna sing. Ooh ah ooh ah. Ooh ah ooh ah ooh, it's the song that I got. Ooh ah ooh ah ooh. So I uploaded that this morning. I'm expecting somebody just texted me, what do you think about Johnny's type towards the end of this interview? Check that out after this live stream. Have you seen $1 Million Arm story about a few Indian village kids who get scouted by baseball coaches? One of them went on to land a wrestling gig and made it big. How did he go from baseball to wrestling? Was his signature wrestling move a fastball? I want to see it though. That sounds like a compelling story right there. I want to see that. I like stories like that where, you know, a scout finds a rare talent in a weird place, and those are great stories. I did watch the suggested Scrooge video that somebody recommended last night. It was pretty good. It was pretty funny. Not as good as the Steve Martin and Martin Short Scrooge video. but still pretty good. And then I watched some of Millionaire Detective, which is an anime series that's a few years old, but I'd never seen it before. I've exhausted every bit of good isekai, magic, and dragons anime there is. Like every last speck of it. So now I'm segueing into genres of anime that I'm a little less smitten with. But Java's Reincarnation is one of the great animes of all time. It's hard to compare it to something like Attack on Titan, which is quite different, but probably the best anime of all time is Attack on Titan. But Java's Reincarnation did such a great job that I was obsessed with it for the full 2 seasons, even though it wasn't until like a couple episodes towards the end I realized, holy shit, this is a love story. I don't normally like watching love stories, but Java's Reincarnation, it gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. It's like I have rarely, if ever, seen so nuanced and brilliantly done an exposition on the human experience. It is just phenomenal. And like I said before, at the end of the last episode, I was sobbing watching the show, and eventually I turned to look at Rachel, and she was sobbing just as much as I was. And she hadn't watched every episode of the 2 seasons like I had, but she heard me talk about it because in the few episodes before the most recent one, I was getting frustrated because Sylphie and Rudius were together at the school, but Sylphie was dressed up as a boy because she was, for reasons I don't need to go into, and he couldn't recognize her for some reason until finally, but she knew who he was. Finally, like second to last episode or the third to last episode, he finally figured out that she was a girl and not a dude. And that was some progress. I was like, finally, thank you. The episode before that, it ended with her chickening out, tying him again. And I was so frustrated. When Rachel got up, I was like, oh my God, Rachel, I cannot believe what's going on in Java's Reincarnation. Just tell him. Actually, I think what happened is she got up as I was yelling at the TV screen. What are you yelling about? She's not telling him. Just tell him who you are. The thing is, normally, and if it was any kind of girly cartoon, it reduces my interest in it 20% at least, with some exceptions. How Raylina ended up at the Duke's Mansion was also a great love story, but it successfully got me to watch it in a much more regular way. It cut the pure love story with plenty of normal isekai shit. So I liked that one. I like some of the girl cartoons, like I was reborn as the villainess in my next life, or I maxed out my level killing slimes. Those are very girl-oriented cartoons because, like, I maxed out my level by killing slimes. She gets super OP because she lives a super long time and she's isolated and she just kills slimes every day. But she just uses her OP-ness to like take care of children and stuff. So, that was pretty good. I watched that whole series, but and like Kuma Kuma Bear, that is such a Kuma Kuma Bear Punch is one of the girliest cartoons I've ever watched and enjoyed. It's about a girl who's like 17 or something, and she dresses up as a bear. She's in an isekai, and she gets this bear costume that's super. Excellent, excellent question here, Alan. That's an important question. Have you ever been shot and killed in a drive-by before, Eric? Maybe, but it would have been the previous life, I guess. It hasn't happened this life yet. I have been shot and killed by several walk-bys. It's people don't talk about it, but a lot of gangsters don't have a car, so they just do walk-by shootings. Bicycle by, you know. One thing that's really began to take off is rickshaw by shootings. Because, you know, why should your feet be busy when you're trying to shoot as you pass by something? They murdered you at lunch earlier? I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad you recovered. I thank Jesus for that. It's not your time, Boba Fett. And then, woo, 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 and you come back to your body. The gunshot wound through my chest is all healed. It's a miracle. It's a miracle of St. Johnny. I'm really surprised that Johnny is playing Mexico City. It's like, I wouldn't go play in Mexico. It just seems like the stage is going to be made out of adobe. You can't drink the water. You can't get ice in any of your beverages because you get the runs. They'll try to feed you parts of animals that you don't eat, like the tongue. And you have to travel everywhere in the country by burro. So, I don't know if I'd go to Mexico City. I guess it depends on how big the venue is he thinks he can sell out of Mexico City. There's a lot of travel expenses to get from Europe to Mexico just for one or two shows before coming back to the States. You know, he's playing all these various places in Europe like Warsaw, Zurich, Manchester. And, you know, it makes sense to go to Europe if you've got a bunch of shows scheduled in Europe. But because you're not just going to Europe to play one show, you're going to hit up a lot of places in Europe while you're there. Well, why go to Mexico City as a last stop before coming back to the United States? You're only going to one stop in Mexico. And the travel expenses are going to make it a wash at best, right? Because he's got to cover the plane fare and everything for all the people who are traveling with his show. Maybe a minimum of 6 total people, probably. Plus all their gear. Seawolf is an American band led by Alex Brown Church and indie folk musician based in Los Angeles, California. I might go see them. The thing is, the reason we went to see Johnny is because, unlike everybody else we encounter, we like his catalog. We like his album, you know, not just individual tracks from him. We thought about going to see Tessa Violet. We like several individual tracks from her, and it would have been cool, but it was the Sunday before the Johnny show, and we're just like, or maybe it was 2 Sundays before, I don't remember. We didn't want to drive to Sacramento. We already had a trip planned. We didn't do the extra expenses, etc. It is pretty difficult for me to be enthusiastic enough about an artist to want to see him play live. I don't generally like going to shows. It's a hassle. Often it's uncomfortable, crowded. Yeah. You never know what you're going to get, whether the artist is going to be audience minded or self minded. Johnny was extremely audience minded. He cultivated, crafted, and curated that experience for everybody so that every single person in there would leave loving him more than they came in, You don't necessarily get that from any given artist. Not everybody's that wise about knowing how a complete package of a performance is, including both musics and talkings, um, is going to be the perfectly crafted, curated experience for the audience to attain that outcome of them liking you more than when they came in. Because it's very easy to cause your audience to like you less than they did before you came in. First of all, they're used to listening to studio recordings, which are perfect executions of your stuff. And live is going to be, generally speaking, less clean than a studio recording. Although I gotta say, Johnny and his band were tight as fuck and faithful as fuck to the recorded material. You get some bands who think, well, we're playing the song live, let's put 32 bars here in the middle for us to fuck around, and you take a solo. Then I'm not gonna like that, right? Because that's just them being self-indulgent. I don't want to go see jamming. I can't be on enough drugs to make that fun. And just about anybody I could think of that I would go see a show of, with the possible exception of they might be Giants. Although I'm not caught up with all their newest stuff. Why don't you go to a Taylor Swift concert? I don't like Taylor Swift enough. I do like Taylor Swift, but not enough for that. Not to go to a concert. One time I saw in Vegas, I saw Justin Timberlake, and it was a good show. He put on a good show, but that's exactly what I'm talking about. It's like I liked a few of his songs. My wife at the time was super into him, so we went to go see that show. And it was a small venue in Vegas. We had good seats. It was cool. And Justin Timberlake was an excellent performer and did some things to keep it interesting. Like he's an excellent beatboxer. He's a really good beatboxer. But the bottom line was he didn't have enough good songs. And I'm not impressed by excellent musicians doing some kind of a funk jam as a way of, I don't know. It's like I didn't know all the songs. Not many of the songs weren't very good, but some of them were great. That's your typical show. I don't want to do that. I don't like those kind of shows because I have higher standards for my time. It's like I would turn off any TV show that bored me for 5 minutes in the middle of the show or 10 minutes in the middle of the show. Uh, this is a shorts milieu we're in, right? You need to know what you're doing, do it, get in, and get out. Not like, hey, this is a party and we're all just playing and dancing. It's not a party, it's a show. It requires you to be not just a brilliant artist recording brilliant stuff, but also a brilliant performer who understands how to do shows right. It's almost impossible to find anybody who's like that. You have to be a super genius on both levels. I didn't know that Johnny was going to kill it as a performer as well, and kill it as an experienced curator, an audience manager. Obviously, as somebody who's extremely rational, intuitive, and old, I understood very clearly what Johnny was doing the whole time while I was just working on everybody else, and they were not understanding it. But that's fine because he was managing the audience he had, which was mostly very young people. There weren't even very many green wristbands in there for 21 and over people. Rachel and I got them because they just put them on us, but obviously we don't drink. But it was good to have them anyway because ins and outs were only allowed for 21 and over, and I had to go out and smoke at one point during Selfish Hate. So, obviously he's not going to curate that experience such that it blows my mind, except insofar as it blew my mind how deftly he curated it for everybody else, right? I'm not fooled. I Rachel is really believes, and she saw part of the show that I missed when I was outside smoking, but that that Johnny is heartbroken because his songs are all about that stuff. He talked a little bit about it. The thing is, all these songs were recorded a full year ago, at least. And you look at that concert T-shirt. He is the hardest working man in show business right now. There's no way that the heartbreak that he purportedly was writing about when he finished this album, or when he wrote in previous albums or previous releases about, like Tombstone Gray is a song about him being sad after being broken up with or whatever. The notion that that kind of emotional, vulnerable guy that was struggling to be successful as a musician, as an artist, now that he got signed by Interscope, recorded one of the greatest albums of history, and is touring the world with his amazing band, this is a man who could get any chick in the world. And even if he was heartbroken, he's been too busy the last stretch of time to still be fixating on that. And the way he talked about his heartbreak was not time specific. So the language he used wasn't, I'm heartbroken right now. It was all about heartbreak and stuff. So this is an example of what I mean by him curating the experience for everybody, but not fooling me. It fooled Rachel, fooled everybody else in there. But he's doing a classic INFJ thing. He's managing the exact amount of every ingredient in the show. And one of the ingredients is earnest vulnerability. It's not as though when he's taking that moment to be earnest and vulnerable, it's inauthentic. It's not inauthentic, but the reason it's not inauthentic is because he doesn't think such things need to be contemporaneous to be informative. And also because he understands how the audience is bought into these narratives in his songs. So he's reinforcing that. It's the right art decision, So it doesn't matter. It's not a lie. It's just he talks about these things by universalizing them rather than saying specifically, I still feel heartbroken right now. It's hard to even come out here for this stage because I was crying beforehand or something. Nothing like that he's saying. He's talking about it in vague general terms. But in a using specific phrasings that make everybody in the audience, including Rachel, think, "Oh my God, he loved that girl so much, he's so heartbroken." He's not heartbroken. He is in the phase right now of, "Oh my God, I cannot believe this is happening." That's where he is. Understandably, because he probably always intuited that he was doing shit that was very much worthy of popping, you know. But until it did, he's unavoidably going to have self doubt because he's looking to externals to validate what he intuits. And so there's no way you go from being a relatively obscure bedroom YouTube music maker to being signed by Interscope and launching a world tour for one of the greatest albums ever recorded. And throughout this process, you're still wallowing in heartbreak over your lost love. Bullshit. Bullshit. No way. Especially not with 6-slot FI. I don't think so. But that's how good of an artist he is. Got everybody else convinced. And I'm convinced even more that he's a great artist, not because he's actually earnest and heartbroken, but because he pulled that off, convinced everybody without lying. Without lying. Just by stating things a certain way and implying certain things. Like, I remember this time I was in an argument with Corey a long time ago. And, you know, it wasn't really an argument, but I was trying to make a point. And Corey said, "Listen, I hear you. I hear you." I was like, "Okay, well, cool." I went home later. I was like, "I hear you." I wasn't questioning whether or not you were deaf, motherfucker. That's not an answer. I hear you. I'm not looking to be heard. I'm looking to be understood and either agreed with or disagreed with. Anybody can hear anything, you know? But that's how tricky they can be, right? I thought it was an answer. I thought it meant something it didn't mean. I failed to pay attention to the words. And I paid attention to the tone implication or something. But when I got home, I realized, oh my God, how did you let him do that to you? What were you thinking? Well, after that, I was a little bit more attentive to how he phrased things and how he was getting away with shit. You're just not as sensitive, Eric? Well, I agree that I'm probably not as sensitive, but that's not responsive to any of the points I made as to why he's not authentically heartbroken. And there was a pretty hot girl working the merch table, probably one of the band members' girlfriends, I would guess. Because, you know, it seems pretty clear to me they're trying to do this with a smallish crew, you know. There's not there's not a huge gang of people going along with this tour. Maybe like 6 people, I think. So, because the venues are required are responsible for the soundboard and stuff. So he doesn't need to bring a sound engineer. Just needs basically a roadie, a merch table lady, and maybe one other person. No, I have no idea when you're using sarcasm, Jeremiah Fix. And it's not because I can't recognize sarcasm. I don't recall you ever being sarcastic that I noted. Maybe it's just the way you phrase things or something. The thing is, I'm very sure this is never going to happen. But if Johnny were to encounter examples of my analysis of what's going on, I think he'd be fascinated by it because I believe it to be spot on. And he's not hearing, he would never hear this analysis from anybody else. Because, like I said, I had to be the oldest person there by 20 years and more, mostly by 30 years. People were like 20, 19, underage, maybe even. It was an all ages show. It's crazy how young the crowd was. Apparently, they sold it out. They didn't sell it out till the last minute. There were still some tickets left till it started, but they did sell it out, and I was very shocked to hear that it hadn't been sold out the day before. I mean, I thought it had been sold out because it didn't show up as a ticket option for me anymore. But maybe that's because it realized that I had bought tickets already. What doesn't sound right? What type is the sarcastic type in an archetypal sense? ESTPs, ENTPs, FI polar, FE third, most likely. ISTPs are less, they might be sarcastic, but they're more likely to just be directly dicks, which isn't exactly sarcasm. ISTPs, I think, are the most dickish type. ESTP is the most bossy. I'm sorry, ESTJ is the most bossy. ENTJs, the most insufferable. Like, just stop, Elon Musk. Look, those animals that we put those things in their brain, they were all already sick. Just stop, Elon. Just stop. I am impressed with your Starlink. Seeing those satellites fly over my head in the night sky, it was powerful. It was powerful like the moment I walked into Red Square when I went to Moscow. And I saw this thing that I'd always seen in movies and TV, but had never seen in person. And the snow was gently falling. St. Basil's Cathedral was over there. I got goosebumps. It was just like, I can't believe I'm here. I can't believe how big this Red Square is. Also, it's enormous, and that's the Kremlin and everything. Like, wow. I think they still had Lenin's body on display when I went, though I didn't wait in line to see it. I don't know if they still have Lenin's body on display, but I went very shortly after Glasnost, so it was the Wild West in Russia when I went there. Crazy place, crazy time. I got took a lot of pictures with a old school camera, Gen X is such an angel, but at least what we see of him, though. Well, I'm not 100% sure Gen Xio is is an ISTP. He might be, but I've never typed him. Elon's an ENTJ. He's got to be an ENTJ. Johnny hears me. In this case, I'd be fine with that if he just heard me. But I would not know if he heard me or not unless he put some sort of response. If I want Rachel, if I want Johnny to notice me, seems like I'm better suited to ask Rachel to put something on Instagram. Either because Johnny likes Instagram better than YouTube, or because Rachel's much better at engaging with people than I am. One of those two reasons. Or both. I think I'll upload some still photos to the community tab today. I got some good still photos from that show too. Yeah, he doesn't seem like a TI Dom exactly. His political stuff is not very well parsed. I will concede that playing horrible background music while live streaming is suggestive of weak FE. Because I get it. You grew up eating fish sauce, so you like it, but it doesn't change the fact that it's incredibly disgusting. And if you think that because you like fish sauce, you should put it on everyone's food who comes over to your house, you got not very good FE, right? So if you're playing Tool, which is a fucking horrible disaster of musical failure across the board, like nothing redeeming about it at all. If you're playing that as your background music, unaware apparently or not caring that it's terrible, and more importantly, that most people with any taste are not going to be able to even tolerate watching your live stream because they can't tolerate this horrible assault on aesthetics going on in the background. You know, thinking like it makes your live stream better to have background music, regardless of whether it's any good or not. That's just horribly ill-conceived. It's as horribly ill-conceived as Club ENTP's laugh track. The reason your stuff's not inducing laughter isn't because it lacks a laugh track. It's because it's horribly unfunny. But he doesn't get that. He insists he's hilarious. Now, it's always a risk for anybody to insist they're hilarious because whoever they're talking to will say, okay, well, be hilarious then. And it's hard to be hilarious on command. Nevertheless, I will say, in my best moments, I am hilarious. In his best moments, his jokes, maybe an ideal moment, don't make me die of cringing so hard. That's the best he ever accomplishes comedically, is not make me cringe, which I've not really experienced that yet, but I'm sure there's some of that happens, right? Okay, well, I don't have a problem with the guy, but it's very hard for me to not object. It's very hard for me to forever hold my pee, not so much about him, but it's not okay to make bad comedy regularly. You know, we all make mistakes sometimes, but making bad comedy as your MO is just like you take all your household garbage and you drive down the street and you just throw it out the window piece by piece. You're just making a horrible mess for somebody else to clean up. Even if they don't clean it up, you're making a horrible mess that someone might accidentally step into. You know? Yeah, Jung's an INFJ. Who's Mr. INTJ? Oh, you mean Ghost of Jung? Is Ghost of Jung really married to Melissa Talks? Somebody told me that. Is that true? No, Tool is not okay, Boba Fett. Come on, you got better taste than that. Tool's fucking horrible. From concept to execution, disastrously ill-conceived. Somebody told me they were, but I don't know if that's the case or not. The one who really white knighted for Melissa Talks was Michael Smith. Was Michael Smith just randomly simping for a boring woman, or you mean Ghost of Jung? I don't remember Ghost of Jung chiming in on the subject at all, really. Michael Smith, I don't know why he felt the need to be Melissa Talks' attack dog, but what he discovered and learned is that he's not equipped. His little dog teeth and are not equipped to do battle with me. You know, my armor is much too thick for him to bite through. And meanwhile, I've got real weapons. You know, I've got nuclear bombs and stuff. I'm smart. I can speak well. I can lay the hammer down. This guy arrived as a dog to a gunfight, you know. I'm gonna bite you. Or maybe more like a skunk. I'm gonna bite you stinky. Well, that's fine, skunk, but you're going up against somebody who a nuclear power. I've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. You just got stinky. There was one guy, Eastern European, who was sweating bullets through the session. Maybe he was nervous. I didn't notice it. How is it that one can say music is both objective and subjective simultaneously? Wouldn't that be insisting your personal opinion is fact? Well, what I'm saying is that there are things that are holistically true, are irreducible. So, for example, I think that Johnny's performance was very crafted. It was an expression of his artistry, not his authenticity. Rachel found him very authentic during the show and talked about how heartbroken he is after the show. And I said, he's not heartbroken. So, look, we're both coming to a holistic conclusion from a bunch of clues. Neither of us can win the case by making arguments, right? But one of us is right. And presumably, if we were to ask Johnny, we would get the answer and determine which holistic truth is correct. Music is the same way, except there's nobody to ask. So music is either correct holistically or incorrect holistically. In other words, it either attains a complete and realized identity or it falls short. The thing is, therefore, what I'm saying is, yes, music quality is objective in art, in music. Um, we all realize this in the sense that if you have to listen to two songs, one of them is a well produced, mediocre song by a mediocre band, and one of them is a beginning guitar player showing the very first song, very first cover he's learned how to play, playing it badly, and singing out of tune. Now, if you ask a population of people which of these two songs is better, you can pick two songs and conceive of finding two songs somewhere that 95% of people are going to agree this one's better than that one. All people will agree it's better to listen to basically any kind of music than jackhammers, even though they're both in the same medium sound. All artists behave as though aesthetic decisions were objective and not subjective. In other words, they can make a good art decision while making a song or whatever, or they can make a bad art decision. That some of their works are clearly better than other of their works. For an individual determining about their own works, I know when a song I made is bad, and guess what? The data always agrees with me. No, but and the comments and stuff, right? So the thing is, yes, it is the case that aesthetic relativism is bullshit. Beauty is not in the eye of the beholder. What we have instead is a small percentage of people who are correct, who have the necessary attentional manners to be correct about those holistic truths, but can never prove it because it's irreducible. And then we've got a population of people who aren't correct about those objective truths and listen to bad things. And that happens when people are listening with their subjective attention. Either they're familiar with it, so they like it, something from their childhood, and they don't care if it's good, or they're FIing, like there's something precious to them about this that doesn't universalize. So those are perfectly good enough reasons to be wrong about what you like musically or what you listen to. But, and nobody's saying that people shouldn't have free choice as to, people are entitled to be as wrong as they want about what they listen to. They listen to as bad music as they want. But nevertheless, it is the case that objectively it's bad, not subjectively. It's not my opinion that it's bad. It's objectively bad. They're just wrong about it. But I can't prove that. The key thing to remember is there are two kinds of objective truths. There are those that are reducible, which can be parsed with TI, and there are those that are irreducible, which require NI. NI is no less objective than TI in the sense that it's removing the individual's. Yeah, I did get the text, but I'm live streaming right now. NI is objective just like TI is. It removes the individual from the attention. So just as TI parses everything as though I had no interest in the thing. In other words, my personal feelings about it will never cause me to parse it one way or the other. I'll always parse it as it ought to be parsed, regardless of my feelings. It's basically impossible for my feelings to allow me to validate something that's invalid by a TI. NI, in the same way as TI, it removes the individual from the equation. It knows, not from your experience, but intuitively while observing the external world. It's less easy to grok how NI is objective because it's harder to conceive of a knowing function being objective. But nevertheless, it is. Remember also, though, that objective does not mean correct. So it is the case that if you want to be correct about music, then you're going to need to utilize NI to be correct about music. Okay? But that doesn't mean that everybody uses NI is correct about music, because while they are objectively knowing, they're still inherently a individual human being subject to particularist factors. So their intuition operates against a background of their experience without consciously referencing it. Nevertheless, that background influences how effective their intuition is going to be. So, what I'm saying is this: none of us can win the argument that I, you, he, she is right in their claims about music being good or bad. Nevertheless, somebody is. And when people disagree, one person's right and one person's wrong. Again, we can never determine argumentationally, we never win the argument that it's this person or that person, because it requires us to use our intuition, not our thinking. And this is why most typology is bullshit, because most typologists attempt to use their intuition to type people. They ask questions, they get answers, and then they just generally intuit from the holistic pile of data what type that person is. But the proper way to type somebody is to use the other objective epistemology function, TI. So the way I do it is I ask questions, they suggest to me a possible type, then I try to confirm that with certain kinds of questions. If I get answers I don't expect, then I eliminate that initial intuition thing, try other things. It's all process of elimination for me. What can I establish definitively? What can I establish sort of? What's consistent? What's inconsistent? And then I can give you a series of answers as to why I say you're this type. Well, you answer these questions like this, and that's indicative of this. This is a very definitive indication of that. Right? And I look for consistency. All of your answers were consistent with this. Most of your answers were consistent with this. These inconsistent answers were inconsistent, but they're on non-determinate things. So, like some of my questions, the answers are more determinate than others. If I get somebody tests positive for polar on one of the polars that I've got a really good test for, that's very determinate. And so then I'm going to prioritize that outcome over an inconsistent outcome for something less determinate. That's how you do it with TINE, and it's the proper way to type people. There's no other good way to type people. People aren't like music. I have multiple NE tests, and they're neither tough nor easy. People just perform as they do on them, you know? Well, if you probably noticed I don't do Inky Pinkies a lot anymore. It's not a necessary way for me to test NE. I can test NE so many other ways. NE is easy to test, you know. One of the best NE tests is, let me tell you the first half of the story, and you make up the second half. Because it's very easy to see who's NI and who's conscious but weak NE, and who's conscious and strong NE. You know, it's like I say, a lady walks into a bowling alley with a peacock on a leash, goes up to the counter and says, I'd like a lane for me and my peacock, and I'd like to rent some shoes for us both as well. The person behind the counter says, I'm sorry, we don't accept peacocks in here. And she said, but this is my service animal. You have to let it in, or you're discriminating against me. And he says, okay, let me get my manager. Now, finish the story. NI people will finish it like this. So the manager comes out and he says, oh, I see you have your service animal here. That's fine then. You can bowl. Here are shoes for you. Here are shoes for the peacock. And I hope you have a wonderful day. That's like how NI people will end the story, or something like that, or they just say no or whatever. Any weak people will go. They have more SI, so it'll be like, so okay. So then the manager comes and he says, "Why do you have this peacock though?" And the lady says, "I have um, I was grieving because my cat died, and this peacock helps me to not grieve." And then the counter guy says, "Okay, then you can bowl." So it's a little bit different, right? Than NI. Any Dom or something will go. So the manager comes out and says, "Oh my God, that is the sexiest peacock I have ever seen." And the lady's like, "I know, right?" And then he looks at her and he's like, "Are you really sure you want to go bowling? 'Cause I got some other ideas." And she's like, "Well, let's go then." So they leave the bowling alley and they go to a lamp store. And the lady's like, "I love chandeliers. And this lamp store has so many chandeliers." And the manager says, "You too?" And they look at each other, mouths agape. "We're both into chandeliers? What's your name?" And the lady said, "It's Julie. And what's your name?" And he said, "I'm Throbs. My name's Throbs. I'm embarrassed of it, but that's my name." And she said, "Don't be embarrassed. I love your name. I love things that throb." And then one of the workers at the lamp store said, "What are you two doing?" Because they were having sex. And the peacock, he ran up to the employee and pecked him until he went away because he was a service animal and she needed a service provided at that time. After the two were done having sex, the lamp store was covered in cum. The employee tried to make the two of them clean it up, but again, the peacock stepped in and did its job, pecking the employee until it went away. True story, the end. Throbbsy Richardson. So that's what any dom. There's no way any dom's gonna even stay in the bowling alley, you know, let alone solve the actual problem being presented. If your story solves the problem being presented, you're probably not any one or two. Like, who fucking cares if they get to bowl? It's like that story starter is not intended to be a story about how a manager resolves a problem with a prospective bowler, you know? But NI people, that's obviously what it's about. So let's finish the story. Throb Throbsy Richardson, I think, is the best name, the best last name for Throbsy. I think instead of him being named Throbs, he should be called Throbsy. Maybe his Christian name is Throbs, but everybody calls him Throbsy. Although maybe his best name would be Throbsy Richard Pole. And he's not cooler. And he's a waste of time. Like, last night I made a live stream. Probably a very good live stream. You know, my live streams have varying degrees of quality, right? But when I'm really feeling it and on and pa, 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 then that live stream's probably pretty enjoyable to listen to if my jokes hit, you know. I can tell when my jokes hit because, especially if I'm like outside, I make a joke, and this makes me so happy when this happens. Making a joke outside, and I hear Rachel laughing inside the house. If Rachel laughs, the joke's good. If Rachel doesn't laugh, the joke's bad. It's that simple. She's got excellent taste. One of my favorite jokes that I made to Rachel that made her laugh and surprised her was when she was streaming. She looked at it and she's like, I think she was doing tarot or something. And she's all, my pupils are so big. And without missing a beat, I said, well, it's because you're teaching adults. Which was a great joke. She skipped a beat and then laughed as she processed it and realized what I said. That was a good joke. Well, I got a lot of jokes. Lots of jokes. Last night in the kitchen, I was explaining to Rachel about how if Stevie Wonder had gotten big today, he'd probably be cancel cultured because he bullied Helen Keller so much. He'd be like, deaf girl, you're just a deaf girl. The only thing that makes it okay is that she couldn't hear him. A story about Mia with interfacing situation of FE and TE DOMs. A story about Mia with interfacing situation of FE and TE DOMs. Okay. We'll call them Karen, the ESFJ, and Norbert, the INTJ. Or the TE DOM, you said. Norbert. No, then let's call him Steven, since he's an ENTJ. Okay, here we go. One day, Karen decided to apply for a job at a local company that made microprocessors. And she went in for the interview and she had dressed perfectly to the nines. She had her cup of coffee. She had her day planner. She was a little bit nervous because, who isn't before an interview? But she was also very confident. She was just going to kill them with kindness. And she, after waiting in the secretary's office for a little while, so she said, okay, Steven's ready to see you. So she went in and they shook hands. And Steven said, so why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself? And Karen said, well, I have a wonderful family, a husband and 2 boys, one in 9th grade and one in 11th grade. And my husband, he is a contractor. And it's just, we thought, look, the kids are in high school now, both are in high school. And there's not that much housework for me to do. So I just said, I'm just going to go get a job, contribute to this family, keeps me busy. I love, being around people, engaging with others. Okay, great. I have a couple of interview test questions that I like to ask, see how people will respond to things. So let's say you're dealing with a customer and they're complaining that their microchip is not interfacing with their hardware properly. And they need you to solve this problem for them. What are you going to do? Well, first of all, I'm going to tell them, I'm going to just remind them as gently as I can, today I chose joy. And it's a choice for all of us. And I want you, the customer, to really be joyful after this conversation. And then, just listen and see what they say and respond. Okay, well, that's not really solving the problem, is it? Yes, it is. It is solving the problem. Okay, now what I'd like you to do is prove to me that I can treat you simply as a cog in my machine, and you'll be fine with it. Well, Mr. Steven, today I choose joy. And it doesn't matter what happens. I have a sign up at my house, I have a sign in my car, and I plan to put a sign on my desk reminding me of this fact. Did you know that small homes make for beautiful families? True. Okay, no, I'm not hiring you. But, what are your hobbies? Well, I learned an art technique, and it's called stippling. And I have made now 1,000 paintings using that single process that I learned in a class. All right, enough. I can't talk to you anymore. But would you like to hear about my trip to the grocery store this morning? Just because no one's ever asked me that question before, go for it. Well, I went to the store, and guess who I saw? Sharon. Now, Sharon, you don't know Sharon, but she's the wife of Daryl, who works with my husband. Anyway, never mind. Just leave. There. That's my story about an Fe dom and a Te dom interacting together. One of whom has Si polar, and one of them whom has Ni polar. The Si polar person is really not going to want to listen to the story about the grocery store. As an Si conscious user, I love extended stories about the grocery store. When my dad used to come home from the store and tell me about how he went to the dented can section and found an amazing deal on cat food that my cats would never eat because it was so horrible. And so he picked me up a bag of cat food. I just wanted to say, can you please tell me about all the aisles you went down before you got to that section and what you picked out from each aisle and whether or not it was a good deal? Because I really, really enjoy hearing these stories. After that, can you talk to me about real estate? That's called sarcasm. You might call it irony. I think sarcasm is a better word for that, don't you? Sarcastic. Can you be any other kind of castic instead of sarcastic? Can I be like, I don't know, murger-castic? That would be, I'm not sarcastic, I'm sarcastic. So you need to wash me off of you right away or you get chemical burns. Bowling with telekinesis would be a good way to get your poop out, Autastic. It's castic, though. I guess sarcastic would be the opposite of sarcastic. It would be earnest. If sar means snarky, then means earnest. If castic means casting out from you, sar, namely snarkiness, then urcastic would mean casting out from you earnestness. That's what Johnny was doing at the show. He was being urcastic. It's the opposite of sarcastic. Why not just say earnest? Because I want the castic part. Well, I want to back up here a second, Jeremiah Fix, and see if we can figure out a way to get me bowel telekinesis. Because it would be so much more efficient, effective, easy if I could just telekinesis my poo from inside my body into the toilet rather than even having to sit down, you know? We were all just mystified. Not only is a peacock bowling, but a spaceship just crashed into the building. Why does that mystify you? It might alarm me, or it might interest me. Assuming the crash didn't put me in any danger, I'd certainly be fascinated. I don't think I'd be mystified. I'd say, clearly this is an alien spacecraft with aliens in it. Unless it was like a giant, like a giant wet noodle or something. And it wouldn't be clear what it was, right? It looks like a giant wet noodle, but giant wet noodles don't fall from the sky. It was just his mom looking for him for the whole time. It wasn't a spaceship with aliens after all. Did his mom look like an alien? They paid for damages in tritium. I don't know what tritium is. Not a fungible currency. They can't reasonably claim to have paid for anything without using a currency of some sort. The best they could claim is to have bartered. So that's my critique of your story, Jeremiah Fix. It's not realistic enough for me. Unlike my story about the lamp store. Yours is too wild and unrealistic. So if somebody were to give me that story as the ending that Jeremiah Fix was giving me, I'd conclude that they were probably any conscious three or four, probably four. Because it's like aping extrovert intuition. Its attempt to be divergent is actually too obvious. You know, like having an alien spacecraft crash in the bowling alley. If that crossed my mind, I'd dismiss it immediately as too easy, not divergent enough. But nevertheless, it represents divergence. So I would say my gut on that would be fourth slot in E. Not saying you're an SI dome because that's not an authentic response, right? You typing in the chat a response to this question that you've heard many times before, etc., does not comprise a normal, authentic response that I can evaluate, especially since it's typed into the chat. But let's say that story would have been authentically produced by somebody in a typing session. I would think, okay, it's indicative of fourth slot in E, but I'm not determinate, you know. Have any of you guys seen the show called My Agent on Netflix? No, but I'm always looking for good new things to watch, so it was really good. I'll check it out. Is it a secret agent show or like a spy show or what? Or like a cop show? Or are they just simply an agent of change? It's about a social justice warrior trying to improve rights for transgendered illegal aliens. All right, woodland friends. You can probably hear them yelling at me from out there because I'm giving them any cutlets this morning. Last night, I came outside and right on this tree right here, I'll show you. This tree right here. Going down that little tree right there was a whole family of raccoons. There was 2 big ones and 2 little ones. I guess they were cleaning up whatever cutlets the day creatures meant, you know. Sign holder, be safe and wear your hard hat. Bright green safety vest and modesty pants. Your sign says slow, but you wave me fast as my wife and I confusedly drive past. I call that song Sign Holder. It's different from my song Cone Putter, which goes, these cone putters are putting some cones. Yes, they are. They're just putting some cones. They're putting them here. They're putting them there. Look at all the cones they're putting everywhere. That's Cone Putter. Don't get it confused with Sign Holder. They're different songs. Our third recent song, of course, that I played this morning is Ooh Ah Ooh. Ooh Ah is what I got. It goes like this. Ooh ah ooh ah ooh, it's a song that I got. Ooh ah ooh ah ooh, it's a song that I want. Ooh ah ooh ah ooh, what I wanna do, I wanna sing. What I wanna sing, I wanna sing. Ooh ah ooh ah, ooh ah ooh ah ooh. So those are 3 big hits I've made recently. And on a more serious note, I really like uploading songs to shorts. Have a little piece of an idea of a song that's like a 15-second loop or something or less, and then just edit it in the shorts thing so that it circles in time. That is great. I like that a lot because I don't have to fully realize any songs, and nobody has to listen to something that goes on too long. It just loops, and it's a great way to have people check out just an idea, because I'm a much better songwriter / performer than I am producer. I'm not very good at producing excellent tracks. So, but in certain contexts, it's very conceivable for me to kind of blow people away. Like, if I were to go to an open mic, I'm absolutely sure I'd be by far the best person there. Because I've been to enough open mics and I've spent enough time thinking about music, writing music, listening to music, etc. And also I have a lot of experience performing in front of people. I'm very comfortable performing, and I'm a pretty damn good performer. That I already know that none of the other random people who come in there to play the songs they've written are going to come anywhere close to me. It's all going to be bad except for me. Maybe one person will stand. Like, in all the open mics Corey and I used to go to, there was one time we met one guy who was worth engaging with artistically, and that was Matt. He's still my friend to this day, came to my wedding. And Matt Cates is an insanely good musician. He was in drum corps in high school and in at Berkeley as a drummer. So he's just an insanely good drummer. But he's an excellent musician about in all manner of musical instrument. Of course, he's I believe SE Polar, so it's hard for him to get things done. But you know, he's he's like a almost genius like me musically. Not a genius like Corey or Johnny, but almost genius is so much better than almost everything that people will just mistake it for genius. I have the advantage additionally of having this huge catalog of songs that I've written, hundreds of them, and the ability to only play the very, very best ones of them. I am old enough now and smart enough now to do a much better job of managing the audience's, curating the audience's experience. I'm much more conscious and aware of, like, hit here, hit here, hit here, go away. you know? Like, I remember actually being so much surprised. One time I played, Dave Porter was playing at this little restaurant someplace, and he invited me to come and play a song as well. And I went and played Destruction of the Whole Damn World. And it was not a place or people in there that were conducive to being an audience. They didn't really want to be paying attention to what was going on over there. They weren't really paying any attention to Dave. But when I played Destruction of the Whole Damn World, like all the conversation stopped and everybody just like looked at me like, what is this? I was actually a little surprised that time because I'd never played that song in front of anybody before, like in front of an audience. I wasn't sure how it was going to go. And unlike Dave, I was just an acoustic guitar and a voice. He had like a bass and playing with him and a conga player or something like that. So, but it got a really good response. Like people were really surprised that after that guy was just an acoustic guitar commanded the room's attention that quickly when they were not paying any attention at all. I naturally have for most of my life erred to the side of not believing in myself, assuming that I suck at everything all the time and that any success is a fluke. When I first started winning as a debate coach, I assumed that they were just fluky wins until I just kept winning and winning and winning. Eventually, I just had to accept, okay, Eric, I guess you're a better debate coach than the other coaches. I don't know why, but I guess you are. Similarly with music, I understand. I wrote Basanti's Ghost. Basanti sent me some bass stuff that was way too complicated and notey and not doing the job of a bass. He's a skilled bassist who doesn't know what good bass sounds like, right? But the tone of the bass was great. So I cut a little sample from there of all the bass he sent me. I may have edited that even a bit too, and made that the loop, and then wrote the song over that. Everything's called Basanti's Ghost is twofold. it's not really Basanti's bass that I'm using there. It's the ghost of it. It's my using it as a sample source rather than including the bass line he sent me, right? But the other reason is because it's about paranormal stuff. So that's why it's Basanti's Ghost. I like that song. It's a really good song. And it's one of my more well produced tracks too. It sounds big and thick. Probably because Basanti sent me great sounding bass, just tonally, you know. Okay, so I uploaded 2 shorts this morning. Blonde guy plays with rad drummer, which is the Johnny short. It has 407 views and 6 likes. And its monetization is on. I'm not going in there with you. Just stop, Trouble. In contrast, Ooh Ah Ooh Ah Ooh is the song that I want. That one has 288 views, 7 likes, 1 comment. But guess what? It's limited monetization because of ad suitability. What could possibly, I mean, seriously, what could they possibly be picking up on in Ooh Ah Ooh Ah Ooh? It's the song that I want. It makes them think it's not ad suitable. Same with this one, 3 secrets Johnny doesn't want you to know. The secrets are he's got good breath control, and he cues the samples from the piano, and what was the other one? I don't remember what the other one was, but it's super banal stuff like that. There's no possible way there's anything that anybody could object to ad suitability wise. So I'm requesting a review for these things. It's ridiculous that they say that they're not suitable. They do this with a lot of my shorts. I'm just going to start requesting a review on the ones that I cannot think of any possible reason why they would. The thing is, if it said limited because of copyright, okay, I get it. Like, if it's from a Johnny show, fine. But it doesn't say limited because of copyright. It says limited because of content not suitable for advertisers. And this one, When Babies Hold Candelaria, has 4,262 views, 6 comments, 47 likes. And it's limited because of ad suitability. Why? Why? What is not suitable about this? I'm going to play it right now and you tell me what's not suitable about it. Wait, I got to unmute it. They had no idea they'd be tasked with holding candelabras up indefinitely. When these babies came there, they had no idea they'd be tasked with holding candelabras up indefinitely. When these babies came there, they had no idea they'd be tasked with holding. Now you might say, Eric, how in the world would that get 4,200 views? That doesn't deserve 4,200 views. I'm not going to disagree with you there. Okay. I am not going to disagree with you. That short does not deserve 4,200 views. Who knows why shorts do as they do? It's hard to say. But they're not naked. They're just statues. And they're not even babies. They're cherubs. They're draped with clothing. Well, yeah, it's a title designed to entice people to check it out. When babies hold candelabras, which it's actually the title of when babies hold Candelaria, because when I tried to write candelabras, it suggested to me that I corrected to Candelaria, which I did, only to encounter in the comments somebody correcting me and saying the plural of Candelaria is candelabras, which really made me mad at the shorts thing. Because it's like, okay, you caught me. I didn't know what was right there. And I trusted my phone. I should never have trusted. I should have just trusted my instincts and gone with candelabras. And on that farm, he had some meows, E-I-E-I-O, with a meow meow here and a meow meow there, here a meow, there a meow, everywhere a meow meow. Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O. How did you know that was my favorite song, Boba Fett? I don't normally tell people that. I'm a little embarrassed because this is a kid's song, you know. You want to go clean the barn? Let's go clean it. Shock and awe, boys. Shock and awe. Who are we going to shock and who are we going to awe? Alright, that'll have to be cleaning up. Next time we run the dishwasher, I think I'll have Rachel put my bong in the dishwasher like she does hers. Her bong, as a consequence, is vastly cleaner than mine. Okay, ready to go. I mean, it's Rachel's bong's not Cameron's bong. If you want to see a really clean bong, look at Cameron's bong. You would never guess that he'd had that bong for any longer than like a week. But he's had it for years. He just cleans it so often and so well that it stays clean. In contrast, look at this. Look how dirty this is. You can't even see through the glass at all. Well, look, I don't need to be able to see through my bong. That's not a necessary function for my bong to have. If I can't see through it, that's fine. Problems arise when I can't smoke through it. Which happens periodically because it gets clogged so easily. But you know, you can't have everything. There's no way to get a bong that's the size you want that doesn't clog somewhere. Like this bong clogs in this long, thin stem all the time. In some sense, it's kind of nice because your clog's always isolated where you can poke it easy. But in that sense, because it's such a long, thin stem, it clogs like every 2 bong rips. So I don't know. It's a toss up. I like this bong a lot. It's the right size, etc. But there's no perfect bong. The most perfect bong I ever had was the one that the cops stole from me in Oklahoma. It was a straight, plain, stainless steel bong, in which the bottom section was a little bit bigger of a cylinder than the top section. Had a stainless steel stem and stainless steel bowl. Unbreakable. I had it from before Delilah was conceived all the way until the cops stole it from me in Oklahoma. And when I think about some cop in Oklahoma being able to gain all the benefits from my stainless steel bong, sitting there enjoying his bong reps, not having to worry about his bong breaking, not having to worry about it clogging very much. When I think about that, it just makes me mad at that cop. That's my bong. Okay? It is my favorite bong of all time. No, they stole it. Okay? They stole it. That's my property. Laws against drugs and paraphernalia are wicked and evil. They can claim that they attained it by illegal processes and therefore are not subject to prosecution for stealing it, and I'll agree with them. But in an actual sense, they stole it. Not only did they steal my bong, they stole multiple ounces of weed and the little bit of meth I had in there too, which I was looking forward to doing, you know. Instead, the cops are just laughing, doing rails in the cop station, smoking bong rips out of my bong, counting the cash I had to pay them to let me go, and snickering over the fact that the tow truck broke my car. Well, they'd say that we can't steal what you were not allowed to possess, but I would point out that the legal prohibition against my possessing marijuana and a bong is contrary to the model penal code. We understand what a model penal code looks like because the model penal code actually exists. It's something that people have created to help us understand what a good criminal justice system looks like. And a critical component of it is understanding the difference between things that are legally prohibited and things that are crimes. Crimes are against person, property, or state. You can legally prohibit something and make what you might call a civil crime, but to the extent that you do that in contradiction to rule number 1, crimes are committed against then that law is unjust and the moral high ground remains with me, not with the cops. I'm not trying to fight it. I never tried to fight it at all. They did it by the book. I knew I had no ground to stand on. I'm not saying the cops didn't do their job right or won't win a case regarding anything related to that case, to that incident. I'm saying that I'm evaluating things on the correct highest level, and what I did was not a crime, and therefore the cops' behavior, well, absolutely anticipatable and maybe even appropriate given their job and the laws, does not represent a legitimate exercise of state power. And therefore, since it's an illegitimate exercise of state power, it's stealing, not anything else. They stole drugs, paraphernalia, and money from me, and also broke my car. So the great state of Oklahoma can go fuck itself. one thing you'll never hear from me, taxation is theft. No, taxation is a legitimate use of government power. I don't like it. I think taxes are too high. I think the country and the government are both best served by lowering taxes as much as possible. But I can't deny that it's a legitimate use of government power. Oh, stealings, nothing else but stealings. The one thing I would note about that Oklahoma thing is I didn't talk back much to the cops, but I did say, as they were putting me in the car, I said to one of them, he's like, this is illegal in the state. Well, that may be, but you're the only ones doing any harms. And that gave one of the cops pause. I saw it in his face. The other cops went in one ear and out the other. Fucking utilitarians. That's not how you evaluate whether this thing is legitimate or not, but that's what you're willing to listen to. The reason this is fucked up is not because you're the only ones doing harms. It's because what you're doing is not legitimate on the highest level. People just are obsessed with Mpox. It's like, fuck Mpox. Who decides? Well, me. I decide. I'm the most qualified person to decide. The winning argument decides, The winning argument is we need to define crime in a way that limits what's an actual crime when we have. So, for example, traffic violations aren't crimes for a specific reason because they apply a standard of strict liability. You can't commit a crime unknowingly, but you can't prove that a person was knowingly speeding. So, as a consequence, traffic tickets are infractions, not crimes. To commit a crime, you have to knowingly do it, right? That's one of the factors of committing a crime. Otherwise, you may just be guilty of criminal negligence or something that you didn't know what you were doing, but you definitely should have before you begun, and therefore criminally negligent, not just civilly liable for the damages you cause. But in those kind of instances, there's a rights violation of some kind going on, right? Somebody's incurred harm for which somebody else is liable, either because their rights were violated willfully or because the party's negligence caused them damages. If it's negligence that caused them damages, almost always it's a civil matter. Because again, you have to know you're committing a crime for it to be a crime. That's one thing that nobody seems to disagree with yet, right? You can't unknowingly commit a crime. Another thing we should all agree with is you can't commit a crime against nothing. It has to be against person, property, or state. You can make the argument that any law the state makes, if you violate it, is a crime against state, but that's not what crime against state means. A crime against state is something like treason and or stealing, vandalizing public property. If I could use laws to filter out the predators of society, should I do so? What do you mean by filter out? No. I mean, what I'm saying is there are universal statements about what's just and unjust that a government does, right? And we can establish which of those are true and which we should affirm and have cascade down informing our rest of our decisions, and which are not. My argument is winning, and until it is defeated, this is the paradigm that we should all understand things through. The reason it's winning is because of all of the reasons I've articulated, none of which have been rebutted by anybody. So until and unless you hear reasons to dispute what I've been saying that are better than the reasons I've been giving, you too should agree that marijuana possession, paraphernalia possession, is not a crime, even though it's illegal. That's not a crime, Bruce Moose. Is that Bruce Moose the drummer? You are fantastic, by the way. If you're that Bruce Moose, I miss you. You are excellent, and that's so rare in this world. I want to work with you again. I definitely want to work with you again. It's like I want to record a track with you, us working together, and then make a video that's designed to get people to click on it. Like, maybe get my daughter to dress like an emo indie girl and be like giving a seductive smile off to the side or something. Make that the thumbnail. Maybe have her in the video so that it's not just clickbaity. Just like cleaning her house and in a t-shirt and shorts or something. People like to look at pretty girls. I could use Rachel, but people like to look at 25-year-olds, you know. I mean, I would like, and look, I don't know if you've noticed or if you've been seeing here, I got better musical instruments now. What, kitty? What? What do you want? I'm not going in there with you, okay? I'm staying in here. Just stop trying to get me to go in there. Something seems odd. What seems odd? Well, I mean, the thing is, people who breathe, you know, did you know that every criminal in prison is somebody who breathes? Therefore, we need to do something about breathing. There's obviously, if every single criminal in jail breathes, I think we need to take a serious look at breathing. That's what you're doing there, Jeremiah thinks. It's ridiculous. Correlates with crime. Do I look like a criminal? Am I out there robbing liquor stores or something? I've been smoking weed since I was 14 years old. I was a meth addict for 4 years. Never turned me into a criminal, okay? Even if it were the case that drug abuse correlates with criminality, we don't need to punish the drugs. Wait for them to actually commit the crime, then punish that. It's like saying sex correlates highly with pregnancy. Wants stop pregnancy, therefore everyone needs to stop having sex. First of all, sex correlates very weakly with pregnancy. Almost no instances of sex result in pregnancy. And second of all, only idiots don't make that decision for themselves, right? Like, in other words, I couldn't help it, I just shot my load all up in her. I said, oh, why not? Yes, some people do that, but most people can have sex responsibly. Certainly, just because some people can't have sex responsibly doesn't mean we should make sex illegal. Oh, we can't sell lighters to people and gasoline. They might burn down the whole city. Yeah, that we can always conceive of how things might go wrong if people behave like complete fucking tards. Shockingly, though, amazingly, unless we, the group, do incredibly stupid things to make problems worse and stuff, individuals seem to be able to manage themselves by and large with amazing skill and aplomb. Just think about driving. You're driving down the highway at 75 miles an hour. The only thing separating you from these cars next to you is 1 foot and a painted line. How is it possible that we're not constantly crashing? Because people are better and more competent and smarter and more able to handle themselves than we ever think. The critical thing about drugs is drug laws neglect to afford the proper amount of credence to something called temporal bargaining. Every individual is managing their own economy of energy, enthusiasm, mood, have to do shit, want to do shit, whatever, right? And everybody's got their own particularist schemata for managing that. So for me, critical components of my temporal bargainings are drugs, but specifically my amphetamines and to a much lesser extent weed. But like, I know I have mushrooms, and it's important to me to know that if I get really fussy or whatever about not having enough head change, then I'll just take some mushrooms. Knowing that means I'm not taking those mushrooms right now because I'm not in that place where I'm feeling like fiending for a head change. But it's critically important that I have them there and know that I can take them at any time because that's part of me not being fiendy. And so for us, the group, to interfere with an individual's particularist schemata regarding that stuff is never going to work. Like Rachel's family, when she was diagnosed bipolar mania, and some psychologist, psychiatrist, doctor, whatever, said to them, oh, she shouldn't smoke marijuana, that tends to make mental illness worse. They were fucking with her temporal bargaining. Everybody needs something as a self-soothing thing. A firefighter. When shit goes really bad and you got to get away from it, you go to your firefighter. For some people, that's, eating a lot. For some people, that's sleeping a lot. For some people, it's shopping. For some people, it's smoking weed. For some people, it's drinking. For some people, it's whatever. For me, one of my biggest firefighters is if I really feel like life's doing me dirty, I go to the casino or go play poker, lose a couple $100, lose a few $100, The most I've ever lost at a casino is $500. The most I've ever won at a casino is like $1,200. I'm a pretty good gambler in the sense that um, when I go up, when I double the amount of money I've had, I leave. I get up and leave. I don't I don't put it back in. Of course, there are plenty of times you go to the casino and you just never get up. You lose your amount of money you had, and that's it. Or you don't get up very much. I think doubling my money is the line. If I double my money, then I should get up and leave. I haven't been to the casino in quite a while. Oh, sure, Jeremiah Fix. I get that you're devil's advocating. I don't. I My FI polar means that I'm gonna maybe display like no, Jeremiah, that doesn't represent any actual emotions on my part towards you. I'm just expressive like that. I forget what we were arguing about 5 seconds after we argued about it. And I get that you're just playing the role of foil here. Brutalize the moon. I agree with you. The moon brutalizers are like the proud boys of the moon. I've been saying for years now, we need to nuke the moon. As it stands, China could establish bases there. Russia could establish bases there. Why? It's not radioactive enough to prevent that. So I wanted Congress to allocate $1 trillion for my new program, Brutalize the Moon, in the name of America. Once it's entirely radioactive, then it belongs to America. That's our radiation, therefore it's our moon. I really do think America should own the moon. All we need to do is go homestead it, right? We should actually forget blowing up the moon. Let's homestead the moon like we did the western part of America. Well, I've been in favor of nuking it for a while now, but now I'm thinking I want to get Tom Cruise and that other lady, Nicole Kidman, I think, and I want them to get in a horse-drawn wagon and roll out across the moon trying to find the ideal place for their homestead. Right. Well, most people lose more than they win. Since I've been in Mariposa, the casino down there doesn't have poker. So I've been there multiple times, played table games. The first 5 times I went there, I won 5 times in a row. Each time, at least doubling my money. But the last 2 times I went, I lost. I don't like losing, so I haven't been back since. I still am way ahead at the casino in full, but and I still believe that I could go back there and do it again. I could go back there and double my money and walk out of there with an extra few $100, Start with 300 and I could walk out of there with 600. I believe I could do it right now. It'd be more likely to happen than not, right? Because the reason is this. There's this table game there that is called Progressive Texas Hold'em. And here, the thing is, if you just bet the main bet, and this other thing, and you don't bet that thing, then the odds of winning a given hand are in your favor because you get your cards, and then first you put down an ante, right? And then after you see your cards, you can choose to check, you just leave your ante alone, or bet 4 times the ante on the first thing. So let's say you get a pair of kings, pair of aces, or any better than average poker hand as your first 2 cards. You should hit that 4 times. 4 times the ante. You're more likely to win the hand than not. And if you do win the hand, you get paid at basically probably 3-1 overall after everything. But the problem is this. The way that they have the game structured is not a problem. This is why the casino has the advantage. Even though they have the disadvantage in you winning or losing a given hand, because you get to bet after you see your cards. And if you check the first time, the next you have another option to bet 2 times the ante, and then you have a third option to bet equal to the ante, or you can fold. But it's the casino has an advantage on pot odds because it doesn't pay when you lose everything. When you win, it doesn't pay everything. So that's how they get their advantage, right? With the ante, essentially. The ante only sometimes pays, and you probably don't want to bet the thing that makes the ante pay. So simply by playing that game, avoiding the extra bets, like don't bet the progressive, don't bet the big hand bonus thing. That's dumb. Don't bet that. You're not looking to get bonuses on a big hand. You're looking to win this hand. You're already, let's say you ante 10, and then you want to hit it after the first when you see your cards. Now you're into that hand for $50. So, and of course, the best hand before the flop only sometimes survives the flop and the turn in the river. So even if no matter what you got, first 2 cards, there's a decent chance it could get busted, And since the minimum's like $10, and therefore the minimum you're gonna lose is $10, but if you lose when you bet, you're gonna lose a minimum of 50. All it takes is a few hands before you burn through your $300. If you have 3 or 4 bad hands go badly in a row or something, then you're done. If you bet the extra bets, which sometimes I do, even though I shouldn't, then you're into it as much as like $80 in a hand, and then unless you're a super, super big high roller, you can't hit much of a bad streak, right? You could hit an initial good streak, double up right away, and then you got to have discipline and say, I just got here, but I'm leaving. Blackjack's fine. They don't have regular blackjack at that casino. They've got alternative forms of blackjack called Spanish blackjack and like one-eyed blackjack or something, which pays extra when you get a one-eyed jack or stuff like that, or match the dealer blackjack they got. Match the dealer blackjack, oh, that's Spanish blackjack, is this blackjack where they take all the tens out of the deck. So there are no tens. There's jacks, kings, queens, aces, and number cards. And of course, that reduces the number of blackjacks. So that helps the casino because blackjack pays 2 to 1 or whatever. But as with all those games, it requires discipline because you want to bet the match the dealer ones. You feel like you're going to bet those. But your best strategy for match the dealer is to not make those bets, even though if you get the exact same card, it pays big. So, like, let's say you have an 8 of clubs and an 8 of diamonds, and you have matched the dealer on both of the match dealers, top card and bottom card, right? So let's say the first card the dealer shows is an 8 of clubs. You've got an 8 of clubs, and you bet top card. That's going to pay 16 to 1, I think, or 30 to 1. I don't remember. If you get the exact same card. And then let's say he also has, but you also have the bet for, but the other 8 pays too. So the 8 of diamonds, because it's an 8, it'll pay like 8 to 1 or whatever. And then, so both those 8s will pay for matching the dealer. And one of them won't pay big because it's matching the suit. Then let's say the dealer turns over another 8, like an 8 of spades. It doesn't match either of your 2 suits. Those both still pay. So it's very tempting to play match the dealer. But it's unwise to play it every time. So essentially, you just got to play it every 4, 5, 6 hands and hope to get lucky. Because it's a bad idea to play it every time, but you just gotta kind of feel out like maybe this time and hope you're right. If you are, then you'll be like, yes. And then the dealer will be like, wow, you really know when to bet that. I don't, but I know not to bet it every time. Most regular gamblers, people who like gambling at all, are not good gamblers at all. I'm not talking about poker players. That's a little different, okay? But people who are into gambling, they tend to be chasing a big score. And that's not a good way to gamble. The way I'm talking about, you try to go there with the goal of doubling your money and leaving. That's a smart way to gamble. However, I'm not perfectly disciplined. Like, if I double up right away, like when I first get there, and it takes me an hour to get there, it's like, well, part of the reason why I find the casino so soothing is I'm not just looking forward to gambling. I'm looking forward to sitting at the table where I can smoke inside, unlike any place else in California, and getting coffee from the lady who comes around to get you coffee. And I'm looking forward to having that curated experience. Whoever said that term, I love that term. They said it about the casino originally, but I used it to describe the Johnny concert as well. I like well curated experiences. And the casino is as well curated as an experience as you can imagine. Everything you do, you don't even have to worry like if you don't know what to do, you just say like, okay, so can I? You just ask them, and they'll just tell you the answer. Because you don't necessarily know all the time how to play a given game. Like I sat down one time and tried to play a game called Pai Gow Poker, and even after playing it for a while and losing my money at it, I still didn't really fully understand it at the end. And like I was like, okay, so I was trying to figure out how you have to put some cards here and some cards here. This represents the top hand. This represents the bottom hand. Your top hand and bottom hand both need to beat her top hand and bottom hand. But I couldn't seem to figure out what the optimal way was to arrange these. So I never played that again. But I just asked the lady, like, how do I arrange these? They don't require you to actually have the skill. You can just ask them and they'll tell you. Um, but I never play that one again because I still don't get it. For some reason, it confused me a lot. And I'm not somebody who's normally confused by things like that. I pick up on things fast, but I just didn't get it. I mean, the thing about blackjack is that's probably for almost everybody not a good way to go about winning blackjack, counting cards. The idea of it is you kind of keep track of how many face cards have come out, and you can make decisions that are impacted by that. Like, let's say you got a 13. If all the face cards are mostly gone, you're feeling more safe to hit that. So you do. And maybe you get a 9 and you regret it. But, you know, that's playing a more informed kind of blackjack, right? The problem is, and it's very rare for them to use fewer than 8 decks in a shoe. So you're not having to count 52 cards, you're having to count 416 cards. How many face cards are there in a 416 card deck? Well, there are 104. 104 face cards. So the problem is, yes, it's a good idea to keep track of, say, the ratio of face cards to number cards. Keeping in mind that the ratio of face cards to number cards is 13 to 52. And 13 out of 52, or 12 out of 52. 4 kings, 4 queens, 4 jacks, 4 10s. That's 12. Four, yeah, okay, 12 tens in a deck of 52 cards. 12 out of 52. Let's call it 6 out of 26. Let's call it 3 out of 13. 3 out of 13. What percentage is that? 3 divided by 13. 3 divided by 13. So it's about 25%. All right, so you've got about 25% tens in the deck. All right. So if you were to note that in the first hand of blackjack at a table full of people, this guy got 4 number cards and a face card before going bust. This guy got Um, two aces, split them, and got a 9 and a 9 and stood. Etc. Everybody's getting number cards. Maybe just one face card shows up. Now, right off the bat, this is the first hand out of a new eight deck shoot. Well, now that the percentage of face cards is greater than 25%, but it's not much greater than 25% because it was just one hand. So maybe that used up, let's say, 20 cards and took for the table out of the 8 decks, 416. So, yeah, the percentage has gone up somewhat for the face cards. So, therefore, that means on the next hand, if you get an 11, let's say, you should double down and hit it because you're more likely to get a face card than before. But that's about the extent of counting of cards that I think is desirable. If you can generally keep track of who's in the lead, like, are there more numbers left in the shoe or are there more 10s left in the shoe? Like, compared to the original percentage of 25, has the percentage of face cards gone up or down? And predicating certain decisions on that is probably wise. But it's hard to keep track of all that shit. And when you're talking about 8 shoe deck, you got to be really working, Well, it's different when it comes to poker because gamblers prefer more action than poker provides, for one thing. Poker's slow. You don't play most of the time if you're playing well in poker. You just fold. And additionally, poker is a game in which it's a game of reading people. It's a sport of reading people in situations to infer from the data you have what the other people at the table have and whether or not what they have and how they're going to respond to what you do. So I'm not very good at that. That's FE stuff. That's FENI stuff. So I'm not a very good poker player because I play to Honest Abe, I only bet, I genuinely think I have the better hand predicated on it being more mathematically likely that I do than I don't, not based on my reading of other people or the situation or something like that. Obviously, if you have the absolute nuts, it's impossible to push you off a hand. If the board shows like 3 of spades, 8 of spades, Jack of spades, and 7 of diamonds, and I've got ace king of spades, it's literally impossible that anybody have a better hand than I. It's the best possible hand given the board. If I have the best possible hand given the board, obviously it doesn't matter how much you try to put pressure on me or push me out of my hand or whatever. I'm not going anywhere. Now, in poker, everybody's got some amount of risk aversion, or at least can be discussed in terms of risk aversion. I'm much too risk averse in the sense that if I don't have the absolute nuts or something close to it, I can be convinced that you've got a better hand and I can be pushed off my hands and fold. Because again, I'm not paying attention to you and your habits or trying to read you. I'm just paying attention to what cards I have and how good of a hand it is compared to an average hand that would be on this board, and also what possible hands can beat me that person might have. What possible hands could I beat? I think about it like that, you know? I'm not paying attention to the other people, really. And that's not how you play poker. For me, I find it therapeutic to go play poker simply because after my dad died, someplace to just sit and have this thing happen. I could write there. I wasn't paying attention to the table. I just looked at my hands fold, start writing again. And I was like writing in a notebook. I had to express some things, I guess. So, it was worth it to lose a couple $100 to sit there for 4 or 5 hours at a time, you know? It made me feel soothed. So for years, I've played poker fully aware that I was a bad poker player and was going to lose almost every time. And recognizing it as a fine thing to do because that if I was down there playing poker, something bad must have happened. I needed soothing. And if that's what I needed to do to soothe myself, it's better than going out and getting drunk. So just go ahead and do it, Eric, you know? But when I came up here and discovered they didn't have poker and started playing the table games, I realized I'm a much better gambler than I am a poker player. In gambling, my risk aversion pays off. In poker, it just loses. Sports betting. I've considered doing a little sports betting here or there. I have not done so yet, but I kind of would like to have a sports book account on one of those sports betting apps because every once in a while I feel very confident about a given game and I'll look at the spread and the favorite and stuff and be like, wow, that seems really off to me. And usually on those occasions when that occurs, I'm right. It doesn't occur all the time. It's like if I were to go about it saying like, okay, I want to make a sports bet. Let me think about what sports bet I want to make. It would not work very well for me at all. But I think if I had such an account and genuinely waited until those moments naturally occur where I go, what? How are these guys 3-point favorites in this game? They're going to destroy them. I've seen both those teams, and Mia's quarterback situation is, I don't know, looks unfixable to me. They're not going to score any points on those partners. Then in that moment, that's when I would like to bet. When it's naturally occurring that I say, oh my God, Rachel, look at this. If I were a sports bettor, I'd totally bet this one because this seems insane to me, which happens periodically. If I had a sportsbook account, I would like to bet on those. I kind of keep track, and most of the time when that occurs, I'm right. But I've got a good example of second guessing myself too. So before I read anything about it, and I saw on the schedule Colorado playing Oregon, this past weekend. I said to Rachel, I'm like, "Oh my God, Colorado is going to get exposed. They are going to get destroyed by Oregon." And then I read throughout the week nothing but articles agreeing with me that they were going to get destroyed. And by the end of the week, I said, you know what? With Oregon hearing all week how they're going to destroy Colorado, and Colorado hearing all week how they're going to get destroyed by Oregon, I'm going to revise and I'm going to say I now believe that yes, Oregon will win, but that Colorado will cover. You know that Oregon won't win by as many points as the spread. Well, I was right at first and wrong in my reassessment. It was dumb of me to think that media conversation could have that much of an impact on the game. I knew right away when I saw the match before I read a single thing. I said, Colorado's going to get fucking walloped. Because I saw how much they struggled in their game against Colorado State. And Oregon is not Colorado State. Well, I was right at first that they were going to cover the spread, Oregon was. But then I second guessed myself after reading a bunch of people agreeing with me. Very any dumb thing to do. Wait, no, everybody's agreeing with me? Well, then I have a different position. But I just am not a huge bettor in general, gambler, whatever. Um, there's this other element where I can only be successful at it when I don't care if I'm successful at it. Trying hurts in gambling or sports betting or whatever. It's like you got to do it smart. So in that sense, you got to do it well. But you can't be engaging in it as an attempt to win money. It's to be engaging in it for some other reason. But while you're here, you might as well try to win money. That's my experience with it. If you can make it be like that, then it's very conceivable for you to win more often than you lose. But it has to be absolutely necessary that you not need that money at all. If you're gambling to win money that you need, you're going to lose. The other thing is, what I realized with poker and also any other form of gambling is if you try to take it seriously, it ceases to be fun. If you try to be like, okay, I'm gonna go play poker. I think if I really pay hard attention and I can win. Well, then it's just like work. It's like going to work, you know. You gotta go put in hours at the poker table so I can win. Now I don't want to do it at all because it's work. And that's why I like table games better than poker also is I don't want to spend 5 hours there, you know? I want to spend maybe 1 hour there, maybe two at most. There's punters and there's big leaguers. Lose an inconsequential point, win 7 million. Well, I mean, most most any professional athlete wouldn't, because their job's on the line, and if they get caught, they won't be able to keep that money. There was a case recently in Alabama, I guess, uh, where a suspicious bet. There are agencies and stuff in the United States that are watchdogs keeping track of all betting going on for suspicious bets. And there was a suspicious bet placed on Alabama baseball, and it got flagged by one of these agencies. And the coach of that team went down for colluding, well, basically for informing a gambler friend of his without informing the public that he wasn't starting the scheduled starting pitcher, who was their best pitcher, but instead starting like a pitcher they were trying to get experience, who wasn't very good. And so, based on that information, the bettor placed a large bet on I think Alabama was favored on the other team to cover the spread, or maybe it was a money line bet for the underdog to win. Regardless, it got flagged. The coach got fired and is probably facing federal charges, but I'm not sure, because he can probably make the argument that he just. But actually, there was evidence of a text going on while the guy was at the casino. It is pretty good case to be made that the coach definitely knew what was going on, but it may be impossible to definitively prove that. Even so, that coach is fired and will never coach in baseball again. The bettor is subject to criminal penalties, probably. So it's like, athletes don't fix games and don't gamble on games, because sports is one of the great accountability forums in the world. Courts are good accountability forums because they compel all parties to engage in a discursive process that's truth finding and justice oriented. In other words, courts are great because if Michelle Sharks were to successfully sue me and actually get me into court, the first thing that would happen is I'd get to depose her and she'd have to answer all of my questions. So that's a great accountability forum, right? Sports are a great accountability forum because, and I know this from coaching debate, you've got independently motivated coaches, all of whom are prone to thinking something unfair is happening to their kids, all of whom are going into tab and looking at things and making sure that things are being done right. And why did you put that judge in my kid's round, right? So sports, zero-sum sports, are fantastic at treating everybody fairly and making sure the integrity of their game is maintained. Look at what baseball did after the Astros cheated, stealing signs. I'm not sure if I consider that cheating, but everybody else seems to. Stealing signs and won the World Series. Baseball put in pitcher catcher communication thing to eliminate signs entirely, so that that kind of cheating was not possible anymore. This is how sports react and respond to instances of corruption. They take them very seriously and address them because they know the legitimacy and future of their business is at stake. The NFL knows that if people don't trust games to be played fairly, that they think they're fixed, that they won't want to watch them. So, like judges, they need to avoid even an appearance of a conflict of interest. And as a consequence, have very strict rules regarding gambling and stuff, but for the players in the league. When you additionally keep in mind that there's no way to keep your money if you get caught. You know, they're not going to let you keep your ill-gotten winnings. The fact that the players' careers are on the line, the fact that the players are already extremely well paid, so it's not like the Black Sox incident in which the players were getting just barely food money and couldn't negotiate a better deal with their owner, and so we're like, fuck it. You know, it's not like that anymore. The minimum salary in the major leagues is like $400,000 a year or something. So when you factor all that in, we conclude, a correct person concludes, that by and large, sports are one of the cleanest things in humanity that humanity has. One of the least corrupt, cleanest things we have. Oh, really? That boy Klaus? I did not know those details. I did not know they stole signs using cameras and tech. That changes my opinion about it entirely. In that case, that's definitely cheating. All that stuff, that definitely comprises cheating. Yeah, that is definitely cheating. If I thought they were just stealing it like the runner was on second and was looking at the catcher and cueing the batter, I'm not sure if that should have been considered cheating, really. I mean, he's standing there, you can see, you know. But if the Astros were doing that, totally fuck them. They should have their World Series rings taken away. Actually, what we've now learned, and history books are being rewritten right now, they exhumed his body and found out that he was a woman. Just a big, burly woman. That's why you never saw him with a beard. I don't think it's technically legal, that boy Klaus, but that seems to me fair. And like, remember all that uproar about the Patriots doing shady ass shit to win games? Like when a team would come in, they'd take all the air out of the football, and so like they'd throw their quarterbacks would know this and adjust accordingly. Like their game plan, their offensive game plan would be structured around this. And the other team would expect a normal football. Quarterback could throw it and just go like 5 yards and just fall to the ground. What's going on? Nothing. You're just losing. That's all. Well, I'm here with a football. That's the thing we play with. Now let's get going. Come on. It seems different. The Patriots were filming other teams' walkthrough practices. Spygate. Who was it? Who was the team that took the errors out of the ball? Hi, Kitty. Yes, you're a good kitty. Well, we're a running team. So all of the balls in this game are completely flat. You guys, you run an air raid offense. Good luck. I remember stories in the old NFL about How some slow team grew the grass on their field super tall to slow down other teams so they wouldn't be able to run so fast. Like those kind of things, that's cheating, right? You're trying to give yourself an unfair advantage. You're trying to skew the playing field itself or the ball itself to your style. That's cheating. Do you want to go outside or what? You just want to stand here and meow at me all day. You just want to stand here and meow at me all day? Fine. So those raccoons I saw last night were the first raccoons I've ever seen since we've been here. Good to know we have raccoons. In case I feel a sudden urge to make one of those Davy Crockett hats. But it was just nice to see a family of raccoons, you know. It looked like a happy family. I think maybe the parents were INFJ ENTP. They seem to get along so well. All right, I'll admit it. I did not observe the raccoons long enough to draw any conclusions like that. I just startled them when I came out the front door and they scurried back up the tree. You know what they say about raccoons? They're easily startled. I'll tell you right now, it is really tarnishing Bill Belichick's reputation and boosting Tom Brady's. Because everybody used to think Bill Belichick was such a great coach. Let's see him win without Tom Brady, you know? Meanwhile, Gronkowski seems to have really thrown himself into the advertising business. I'd have so many things if I bought everything Gronkowski wants me to buy. I'm tempted to purchase Dr. Pepper strawberries and cream simply because Caleb Williams is in the ad for it. But that's because he's USC's quarterback, so it's a different story. I don't like the Patriots. I like Gronkowski, seems like a pleasant enough fellow. But I do not like the New England Patriots. I just, in general, do not like Massachusetts teams. Massachusetts. What a horrible name for a state. Massachusetts. Well, no, that's one of the many things that I desperately want to buy thanks to Gronkowski's efforts. It's my beloved, gorgeous, beautiful, precious angel darling, namely Rachel Strauss. She's arrived with the sunshine of her goodness to brighten all of our days. Well, that boy Klaus, I'm an LA guy, but I still totally agree with you. Fuck the Red Sox, fuck the Celtics, fuck the Patriots. While we're at it, let's go ahead and fuck the Bruins too. Yeah, well, Bendy Straw Guy keeps bad juju not only away from the house, but from the live stream as well. Yeah, let's go ahead and fuck the Bruins too. Does Boston have two baseball teams? Or just the Red Sox? Chicago has two baseball teams, Cubs and the White Sox. You'd think if Chicago had two baseball teams and New York has two baseball teams, that Boston would as well. But I don't think they do. Did you know that there's a hockey team called the Blue Jackets? They're a relatively recent addition to hockey, I guess, but I was reading about hockey during the last hockey season. I noted this team, Blue Jackets. I no hockey team called the Blue Jackets. There is now, I guess. Interestingly, they just wear regular hockey uniforms, no jackets at all. A jersey, is not a jacket. Maybe I guess it's not so much that they wear blue jackets as they just really identify with blue jackets. I respect that. I identify with my blue jackets too. The lady at the Johnny show wanted to touch my jacket. I said, sure, you can touch my jacket. She did. Remember, Rachel, when the lady touched my jacket? Not a question you expect to hear. Can I touch your jacket? But it is a question I heard. Naturally, I said, sure, you could touch my jacket. So my jacket and her had a moment. I gave them a little privacy. And I got to experience something not a lot of people get to experience. I got to experience somebody asking me, can I touch your jacket? Yep. Pretty. It definitely deserves to make it into my diary. Dear diary, today someone asked if they could touch my jacket. I said yes. You're not fit to touch the hem of my jacket. It was the best show I've ever been to, too. It was. It's like I was hesitant to say that right afterwards for the same reason I was hesitant to speak the truth about that album when we first heard it. It seems too extraordinary a claim to make. But I've thought about all the shows I've been to. That was the best show I've ever been to. Before you got here, earlier, a lot earlier, I was discussing how you and I had different interpretations of that experience. I view it as more curated, you view it as more authentic, right? And how that's a good example of a holistic truth that is objectively one way or the other, but cannot be reduced down or argumentationally determined either way. Now, in that instance, we could, in theory, ask him and find out the answer or get more information anyway. But this question, I made that point as an analogy for music. It is the case that some music is is objectively good and some music is objectively bad, but nobody can ever win the argument because it's holistic. And unlike the argument about whether or not Johnny is heartbroken or feeling heartbroken, my point is he's not, and Rachel's is he is. We might be able to get an answer to that and resolve the question, but we won't be able to do it by parsing down because it's holistic. We're both picking up on a bunch of different cues, none of which is determinate, but all of which together paint an intuitive picture to each of us, and our intuitive pictures are different. Now, Rachel and I, our intuition never disagrees when it comes to quality of music because we both are endowed with, like, our status bar for correctness of music is at the very top. But that's because correctness of music is adjudicated by our 1/5s, and we both have the same 1/5s, just mirrored. Whereas the question of whether Johnny's actually heartbroken or curating an experience to provide authenticity to the audience, notably without lying, is that's requiring different functions. In some sense, you might argue Rachel's more likely to be right because FE is extremely informative in that. But in another sense, you might argue I'm more likely to be right because I'm more attentive to not reading him in the moment. I'm reading the larger contextual things. And also, like, because I noted him curating other things very carefully, I extrapolate and figure he probably was curating everything very carefully. Yeah, well, I hate it when I play something for Rachel prematurely and then I realize it sucks. Like, this happened not that long ago. There was a song I heard it one time. I was like, I think I'm really excited about this song. The second time I heard it was I played for Rachel in the car and I realized, oh, no, Eric, how did you get this wrong? And I was embarrassed. I'm embarrassed to play bad songs for Rachel. Makes it seem like I don't know what I'm doing. And, it's like it didn't need her reaction at all to inform me that it was bad. She wasn't reacting, she was listening to it. I just realized as I was listening to it that, oh, this misses for these reasons. I was seduced by the lyrics at first. The first parts of the lyrics are quite good, I think. She's in the first parts of the lyrics, she's talking about how can I get this guy to stop talking to me about crypto because it's so boring, which I thought was pretty great. But I got a little smitten by the no, you do have a clue. You know what you know. I know what I know, and our knowledges are not in agreement. And it's not because either of us should know less clearly. It's because that complex variety of cues and clues and indications is a big holistic truth. And unlike music, which is more narrowly construed, both of our status bars are all the way to the top and being correct about music. But nobody's status bar is all the way to the top about something like this because it's such a complex, yeah. Oh, you missed those last few words because you were walking.
I was walking.
Would you like to get past this?
I was hoping to get help also with the weed situation. I'm gonna stuff it and then I'll use that.
What weed situation? Oh, you want my help with the weeds? I think
Yeah.
I misunderstood this.
Yeah.
You need a light.
I need a light.
Yeah,
and
cool.
I need weed, but I didn't,
Sure. You know how to turn these down a little bit, right?
A little bit.
So to turn on a little bit, push in the yellow thing. Push this one down and make it stay on. And just turn this down until it's small. And just remember, a general good rule is never touch this.
Okay.
Even after it's off, it stays hot for a while.
Okay.
Okay. I don't always follow that good rule, and that's why I sometimes burn myself.
I'll be right back.
I want help with the weed. As that she meant she wanted to help with the weed. How are you gonna help with the weed? What does that even mean? No, she said she wanted help smoking weed, which means she can't find a lighter. Which is not surprising. Lighters that Rachel and I possess have a variety of paranormal qualities to them. They apparently travel through portals. Sometimes they just disappear en masse, a mass disappearance. Like I might have 3 lighters in my pocket, turn around, suddenly we have no lighters.
I don't get it. Like, what happened to the owl?
I don't know what happened to the owl. I do know what happened to the orange lighter. It ran out of fluid and I threw it away.
Okay. Okay.
We need to get more lighters.
Yeah, we do.
We need to get a lot of stuff. We need to go to the store.
Okay, alright. I'm gonna take a shower, so I'll take a shower right after I take my bong rips and then we can go.
I don't try to hurry, though.
Oh.
I don't know where we should go to the store.
Yeah, that's not how I should go.
We definitely should.
Yeah.
But I don't know exactly why.
I forget about that.
I'll come later.
Sure.
There you go.
Thank you.
Rachel's little hands can't grasp around the big green thing. That's why maybe I should have given you. I can already tell by how it hit. This is called. And cloggy bowls make you cough more than unclogged bowls.
Oh.
Definitely the case. Let me get a stick to unclog this.
It's so interesting.
There.
I fell for the curated stuff, like, so easily. I mean...
You mean like the Santa Cruz, the stinky San Luis Obispo, those great stuff?
Yeah, because he was like...
Those people up in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, and then he goes... They only wanted to hear the new stuff. And I was like, oh, so
At what point when we saw him, did the audience give any information at all to Johnny? He was controlling it.
us.
We gave him information.
No. He was giving us all the
Right,
information.
yeah. He was controlling that the whole time. He was doing the same thing in Santa Cruz. That audience expressed nothing to him. They never had an opportunity to express anything to him. It was so curated that when during 4 Tramps, I said, "Oh no," after
So did I.
right after he said, "It's the first one that I drank since I'm sober," right?
Oh no, yeah.
I shout out, I swear I could read on him like, I don't want that. And I found out later why. Because he has the whole crowd saying, "Oh no," in that other song.
Ha! Oh my god, that's so funny. I mean, I said oh no too at that point, of course, and I was like, oh no!
Right. But he had people shouting out, "Oh no," planned for later in the set.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah.
Oh my god, wow, I'm so not a performer.
So that's how curated that thing was.
Yeah.
I believe he heard me because I was doing it loud because I wanted him to hear me. And grimaced a little because of what a horrible position that puts him in as an INFJ. On the one hand, he wants to acknowledge that I know his song well enough to know that the "oh no" goes there and that I appreciate him and making a show of that. On the other hand, I'm messing with his larger plan. I'll finish that for you. You know what I'm saying? And messing with his larger art plan for the show.
I don't even remember when the oh no part happened.
Where everybody's saying "oh no." Is that other song that has?
Oh no.
No, it goes like. I don't remember which song it is.
I don't either.
I'll figure it out at some point. We'll hear the song and we'll hear the song at some point in the movie. It's that one. It was one of the. I don't remember.
That's when he was like, I live in LA and I'm close to the Kardashians, and
I missed that part.
And then he goes, what is it that and he's like, they're so loud. And what is it like? It's like, oh no. What is it like, everyone? And then he asked the audience to say, oh no.
Okay, yeah, I didn't miss that part. I just didn't catch the Kim Kardashian bit.
Yeah. He's like,
he talks fast a lot of times, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to refill your bowl.
Thank you. Yeah, he lives close to the Kardashians, and he said that they're really loud.
There's pots of zipper always comes down.
Oh my god, what is with those punts?
Look.
I know.
Are you going to zip it up for me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me repack this. And then I'll hand it to you. Well, take this one, which you can grab with your little hand. Okay, Boba Fett says nothing's ever sucked more than dubstep, apart from the people who like it. What about trap?
I was gonna say trap is pretty bad.
If your fly won't stay up, it means your pants don't fit. These pants. they fit-ish. So you can see here, my bone huggers are creeping up, but they're not really creeping up. It's because my pants are creeping down. So they are a little too big around the waist. But that doesn't explain why my zipper keeps coming down.
It's not all up.
I turned it up.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. My pants don't fit is a good first lyric for a song. My pants don't fit, but my shirt's okay. My shoes look cool, but my hat's kinda gay. I gotta wear glasses, but I lost the ones I wanted to wear. That's why I'm not pleased with the way I look today. I need a zipper upgrade. I could go with a safety pin, put it through the top little hole of the zipper metal thing, and safety pin it to this part, and it wouldn't fall down. That's a prospective solution. Or I could remove the zipper and just sew it up here. Just not have any zipper. So I could pull these up probably without a zipper. There aren't infinite possible solutions, but I could probably think of a number more.
I'm sure you could.
Is that a bar chart?
Yeah.
Y'all are in my chart? I love that chart.
I'm sorry.
No, I love the fact that y'all are. That's awesome.
Oh, I want to bed.
I know. How adorable is that? Seeing my woman in my shirt is adorable, of course. I wasn't objecting. Did I tell you I saw raccoons last night?
No.
Whole family of raccoons. I came out here, I startled in this camper back up that tree there. They were apparently salvaging whatever woodland cutlets the day friends left behind, you know. I'm assuming that's what they were doing. I could weld it shut. Don't weld my zipper while my pants are on, is my one request.
I don't want you to get copyrighted off your own stuff.
I'm going to copyright strike myself. Rate Megyn Kelly. Rate her as what?
Yeah, how are you rating her?
Is she the Fox News lady?
Yeah, I think so.
I have no opinion about her. I haven't seen enough of her or anything to say anything about her. Trap is if you were promised a chick and got a dick. Well, okay, Fly Guy, I have a theory for why my zipper keeps coming down. Maybe it's because my cock keeps pushing it and forcing it down. That's a more
It could be.
a more Eric. It's an explanation that makes Eric look good. So let's go with that one. Crisscross was the bee's knees. They had one good song, and it's not really that good if you listen to it.
Jump, right? Crisscross Amikia.
Yeah.
That was like, like kind of a gimmicky, like.
It did make me jump a few
hit.
times.
It was a hit.
Yeah, maybe jump a few times. They weren't lying when they said they were gonna make me jump.
Well, I'm glad they made you jump. I definitely jumped too. I was like, I don't know, 5 when that came out. Oh my god. How is it that my legs are still. This is garbage in there.
But they're still what?
They're still sore.
Oh well, because you haven't danced in a while or stood up like that for a long time in a while.
Yeah.
And we also did some walking at the Madonna Inn, going upstairs, stuff like that. And what else did we do? Well, remember you were doing squats in the steakhouse?
Your favorite thing to do.
Yeah, so that's gonna make your legs a little sore.
Oh my god.
I was just surprised by how nobody even really paid any notice to it. They just kind of glanced and said, "Oh, that lady's doing squats," as she's eating her food.
They understood, you know, in this busy life that we have,
Mm-hmm.
I gotta get my squats in sometime.
Yeah. At the steakhouse, Rachel and I were sitting next to a couple of ladies who were clearly locals. And they said, you know how this place gets nuts on Friday night. Like it was reasonably full at 5:30 when we had our reservations. And they have a bar there too. So I think it's a place that locals go to the bar at. But these two were eating, and they were chatting about local real estate. I eavesdropped until I realized that's what they were chatting about. And then I went and washed out my ears and came back and just ceased to eavesdrop. Ooh, real estate. Wonderful. All right, so Ruben R is going to get a 3-card pull. The first card is for his animal self. Your animal self just wants to party, Ruben. Wants to party with the 3 of Cups. Okay. The second card is for your human self. That's a twofer, it doesn't count. You never take a twofer. It's the rule. There's an asterisk by that rule, but I'm not even going to bother explaining what it is right now. This is for your human self. Your human self is just on a journey to the unknown, okay? 8 of Cups. There's a lot of feelings in this man. Now, your divine self. Your divine self. Who is the divine Ruben? Your divine self is a thinker. Okay? He's the king of swords. He's rational, he's pragmatic, he's sharp. That's you and your divine manifestation, Ruben. As an animal, you're full of moisture. As a human, you're full of moisture. But as a god, you're a rationalist. Okay, next. We're playing animal self, human self, divine self, okay? The man with the great machete is next. The man with the great machete. Listen, when you are the animal with the great machete, you are this. Okay? Her harmonious, cohabitating, happy. That's your animal self, okay? When you are, in fact, the man with the great machete, your human self, you are this. You're all about reunion, love, 6 of Cups, happy, children, sweet.
I didn't know if this would help your self-esteem.
Oh, thank you so much. I was looking for these.
Oh, they were upstairs in my bathroom.
Oh, I went up there last night.
To check on me?
No, you were down here.
Yeah, I was. What?
Because I wanted to use a full bathroom, but I didn't want to bother you.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
Trouble was really...
Now I need to, Rachel. I'm sorry to interrupt
I'm
you.
sorry.
I
No,
need
I'm
to
sorry
finish.
to interrupt
I
you.
need to finish the man with the
Yes,
great
you do.
machete's divine self.
Okay.
Okay. Your divine self is transition minded, always on a voyage, touring, moving, pulling a boat with a bag of something. Oh, it's a lady. It's a bag full of lady. All right, so that's you. The animal with the great machete, the man with the great machete, and the god with the great machete. I just wonder if I have a great enough machete though. I thought I was getting a cool machete. But is it as good as your machete? Okay. Katie Verano. Let's find out who your animal self is. It's this one. Katie Verano, your animal self is temperance. It's about all, your animal self's all about balance, moderation, cohere, fuse, merge, temperance, and alchemy. I'll do you next, Boba Fett. That's your animal self. Now, what is Katie's human self? When Katie's being a human being, who is she? Who? Who is Katie? As a human being, Katie, you are stressed, you are worried, you have fears and anxieties. Don't we all? Don't we all? But who is Katie's divine self? Katie the goddess. Tell us, Tarot. Tell us. Let Katie's spirit guides show the way. This one? This is Katie's divine self? Oh, your divine self is the Emperor. Katie, you may not have known this, but you're an authoritarian patriarch who's seasoned, you have clout, you're a virtuoso, and most importantly, you've got some of the coolest boots anyone's ever seen. I got to question a little bit your design choice here with the goat head armrests. I think it reads a little satanic, but you know, if that's your taste, that's your taste. So, as an animal, you're temperate. As a human, you are worried. As a god, you are an emperor. Congratulations. Now, Boba Fett. Boba Fett, you're a schmoba cat. I want you to be a loberette. Lisa Loeb will play a song for you. Boba Fett, your animal self. Your animal self is the King of Swords, a thinker, pragmatic, sharp, rational. That's pretty good for an animal. A lot of animals aren't that rational. Your human self, the Boba Fett inhabiting the body and soul of a human being, is one in struggle, defense, effort, flack. That human Boba Fett's just being like, will you all fuck off, please? Now, let's talk about the divine Boba Fett. The divine Boba Fett is vivacious, extroverted, fiery, gracious. The Queen of Rods, fun. So you got 2 rods and a sword. You can consider rods interface functions, FETE. Cups, feelings functions, FIFE. Swords, thinking functions, TITE. And pentacles, action functions, NESE. So if we think of it like that, then Boba Fett, you got 2 interfaces, probably FE mostly. Well, the middle one is, this is your interface, this is your TE interface. This is your FE interface. And this is your animal self, which is to say, what you instinctually require of the world and yourself. That makes good sense. FE tool, TI third, right? Wait, FE tool, TE polar, TI third. Pretty good. Pretty good job, Tara. You got it typed right. Well, I don't have a function for major arcana. So you just got 1 minor arcana, which was the stressed, worried one. That's swords. That's thinking. Now, this is for Moon Fae. This is your animal self, Moon. It's called the 7 of Pentacles. Inventory, accumulate, count, pause, reflect, effort. That's your animal self. So if you want to try to figure out what animal is most like that, then that's your spirit animal. This one is your human self. Your human self is about payment, news, gain, royalty, bonus, perk. It's what you're after. That pentacle just right there on the tips of your fingers. Next, we've got your divine self. Show me what's divine. Show me where God lives inside of Lucifer, Moon Fae 11, and such. Rock soft and throbless. Well, I just said, look, you guys have had enough of me rock hard and throbbing. That's like every stream. This time I'm going to switch it up. I'm going rock soft and throbless. Here it is. I got to it finally. This is your divine self. Ace of Pentacles. Increase, new money, opportunity gig. You are a pentacular person, Lou. You've got all pentacles. 7, page, and ace. According to Eric, pentacles have to do with the action functions NESE. If you missed that part. And rods are the interface functions, FETE. Swords are the thinking functions, TITE. And pentacles are the action functions, NESE. So there, that's a nice, neat taxonomy of functions to cards. Keeping in mind that there is no linkage that I have established yet for major arcana. Now I'm going to tell me. Oh wait, what's this wall? How's that your yacht? I know Richard wants to buy one of the things we were gonna do when we got back from San Luis Obispo, but we forgot about it. Maybe I'll remind her when she gets out of the bath. Winston's mom, your animal self is a partier. 3 of Cups. You just want to play with friends and celebrate. Look at us lifting our cups up so high. Next, we've got your human self. Each of us gets to have our own human experience. This is yours. The Hanged Man. This is your human self. Suspended, paused, hanged, man. Clarity. Bodhi. Lull. Bodhi there, I'm presuming, refers to the Bodhi tree under which Siddhartha purportedly sat prior to attaining enlightenment. After which, it was like a magical wizard. Now, your divine self. Your divine self is the 10 of Pentacles. Wealth, inheritance, property. You got 2 dogs. You got a man and a lady. You got a pile of rags of some sort. Little baby over there. Got a lot of stuff. So good for you, Winston's mom. Bit scammy, some of it, probably. What's scammy? The Bodhi tree? You mean it doesn't give you magic powers? Now, what is Eric? According to this thing, his animal self doesn't spill everything, but his human self does. That's why the animal self bit him, cuz. Alright, Eric's animal self. This one. My animal self is the hermit. Withdrawal, reflection, wisdom, advice, repose, counsel. The words on these things are hard to read because of the weird font. Now, my human self. I'm a human too, you know. My human self is harmonious, cohabitating, home, move, happiness, foregrounds. And my divine self. When God comes into my heart, I don't even clean it up. I just say, let that come, dry where it is, and show me my divine part. This is my God part. Miserly, possessions, hoard, greed, limit. Well, makes sense to me. Siddhartha sedate, Siddhartha sigh. Okay, so my question is this. I want a clear articulation of what superpowers the Buddha got when he reached enlightenment. If you cannot articulate to me specifically what a superpower is, then I call bullshit. If his superpower is looking zen all the time, I'm not impressed. It just seems like you're just refusing to accept the actualities of the river you're floating down. To behave as though being stuck in a whirlpool during a blizzard is the same as the stretch of the river where you're floating down and it's nice and calm and sunny and a perfect temperature is ridiculous. You should not treat those circumstances the same because they're different. He gained complete control of his mind. What does that mean? Does it mean he was a spirit child? That doesn't mean anything. What does that mean, complete control of your mind? Like, my mind is an expression of me being me. That's something I control or don't control. The Buddha got woke. I would have shut that shit down right away. I would have been like, I would have followed her around and been like, here's why you should not follow this guy around. Do as I say, not as I do. This guy, 100%, believes what he's saying. 100% believes in this thing called enlightenment. Blah, blah, blah. You definitely should not. You know why? Because the manner in which he purportedly attained this so-called state named enlightenment was, guess what? Sitting under a fucking tree. Now, what we can all and should all very much agree upon is that whatever other virtues it might have, sitting under a tree is not a good way to accomplish anything. Certainly not a good way to learn things. When I've asked this fucker what enlightenment is, he just gives me a bunch of double-speak Lao Tzu bullshit. To be strong is to be weak. To be tall is to be short. The most supple reed survives best in the torrent of the water. All right, motherfucker, I'm not a reed, and I don't see any floods coming. Do you have anything relevant about anything to say? Or are you just gonna mimic what you think a spiritual person sounds like? And then project that as a normative to be attained, normative good to be attained, despite your total bullshit stink all over you. Okay, now, Buddha's not a god. He was just a guy who really bought into his own bullshit. That's simple. Now this one is for Rachel. My beautiful, darling Rachel. And I'm doing this one right now because I can hear she's listening to some lady talk about makeup or something. So then when she comes down here, tell her, I did a terrible for you, Rachel. Like, I got your myself. Rachel, your animal self is the Ace of Cups. Feel, heart open, create, bliss, fun, ace, love, joy, beginning. This is why you're called the gentle positivist on your Instagram. Next. Next, we've got to ask ourselves, what's Rachel's human self? Her human self is vivacious, fiery, gracious, fun. She is. I don't know if she's fiery, but she's gracious and fun. Vivacious even. Tell me now what her animal self is. She's an animal who goes into heat. This is her divine self, sorry. Her divine self is, imagine dream, visualize, create, Seven of Cups. That seems like correct. Okay, good for her. Anybody else want one of these? Jeremiah Fakes, I haven't done you yet. Let me do you. I will give Buddha credit. He somehow accomplished, I just give him credit because it was on his watch. His followers didn't try to write a dumbass book. Jeremiah Fix Your Animal Self is this. Your animal self, Five of Pentacles. Poverty, hardship, outcast, low, lack. Well, I guess your animal self's a possum. Let's call it that. Now your human self, on the other hand, oh no. Oh, this is fun. It's healing, dormant, pause, wait, quiet, rest, delay. I thought for a second it was the Ten of Swords would be that, but it wasn't that. Your human self is just waiting, just resting, just chilling, just dancing. Now your divine self. Oh, you got the same one Rachel got. Imagine, dreams, visualize, create. Seven of Cups. Anyone else want one of these things before I put them away? Let's see. Who else needs one? Let's see. Let's do a poll for... You want another one, Bubba? I'll do another one for you. No problem. So this time, instead of animal, human, and divine, I'm going to do for you... I'm going to do for you one card for each kind of function. So Boba Fett, this is what the tarot has to say about you and your action functions, NESE. Payment, news, gain, royalty, bonus, perk. So this is probably what you experience when you prioritize those attentional matters. Next, let's talk about your interface functions, TE and FE. Nope, not that one. Which one is it, Taro? Let his spirit guide show the way. When my spirit guides show the way. These are your interface functions. Wheel of Fortune. Destiny, Windfall, Fortune. Oh no, Wheel of Fortune. Fate, Risk. I like to view the Wheel of Fortune as the crapshoot card, but Rachel indicated to me that it actually has a more positive connotation. More like good luck card, you know. So when you use your interfaces, you tend to do well. Now, your knowledge, I think this is your deliberation functions. This is your deliberations. Reunion, love, happy. When you use your deliberation functions, I guess, well, you're using F's, so it makes sense that it would be about this stuff. No, you're using F. No, you're using T. You're using FI and TI. This one, your conscious one's TI. So this probably suggests that when your TI is active, you're happy. Now, lastly but not leastly, we have the knowledge functions. Because it's important to know things. This is the one that just comes, it announced itself in no clear, no uncertain terms. And it's not surprising, your knowledge function is the hanged man. If you're NIFE, it kind of always feels like it's pointless to take action because You understand how it requires very little action, exactly the right context and moment, not a lot of action. So if you're intuiting with NI well, you're being things band quite a bit. Okay, so I like that kind of pull too. Now that I did that one, I've not done that before, but I like that pull. I'm going to do one of those for me. I'm going to do my action functions, my deliberation functions, my interface functions, and my knowledge functions. Tarot, tell me about my action functions. Tarot, tell me, and my action man. My action functions. We got the 4 of rods. So it gave me an interface card for my action functions, huh? You can do one that tells you your whole type? Okay, I'll do that. This is my, this is my deliberation functions. A journey to the unknown. Well, that's about my FI, I guess. Now, let's talk a little bit about my interface functions. When I use FE, I arrive and succeed. When I have bad FE, everybody hates me. And lastly, my canoeings. Never take a twofer. Here we go. Knowledge functions, craftsman, groove, prosper, whatever. So I guess when I know and when I FE well, and when I put less certainty on my TI, and when my action is directed towards harmony, that's when I'm at my best. That's what this shows. You see I got 2 rods, those are interfacers, 1 cup, that's a feeler, and yield pentacle, which is an action function. This is an interface. These are both interface. Because this could, cups, be FE or FI. But I'm going FE. Oh wait, this could be like if my FE is uncertain. Yeah. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because I don't care very much about what the tarot has to say anyway. To me. So I will do you now, Katie Verano. I'm going to do you, like you said, your whole type. I'm going to do your, I don't know what type you are. We're going to do your first function through your 8th. Ready? Katie number 1, that's your function at the top of your stack. Katie number 2, that's your 2 function just below. Katie number 3, it's your tertiary, what you see. Katie number 4, let's put it down there. Katie number 5, this will be your 5th law function, or your absolute value for the external world, how you validate things is passing or failing. This is your 5th slot function. And I'm going to pull it in a second as soon as the tarot cooperates and tells me which card to pull. This one. 5. 6. 7. For some reason I turned that one over. Where everyone's stressed and worried about their polar function. And 8. I turned that one over to. Okay, so let's turn on your dominant function. It's Pentacles. Established, financier, patient, king of pentacles. So if we were to accept that pentacles represented an action function, then your dominant function should be an action function. But you could interpret it like this as well. In your dominant function, whatever it is, you're the king with plenty of power, as is indicated by pentacles. Your dual function. I mean, when the king is coordinating well with his army, victory and triumph are assured. So this would be TE or FE if we were looking at it that way. But if we were just looking at these and informed about the slots, so far so good, we're in perfect shape. This is how dominant and dual work together. Third slot function. The third slot function here says partnership, vision, path, plan, aligned, kindred, 2 of rods. So you interpret that to mean you're best suited to seek another's insight regarding your third slot function and learn from it to the extent that you can. Or you can interpret it to mean you've got a third slot interface function, but you would interpret rods like that, you couldn't interpret second that way either. So that's the same as referring to the slots. Now, fourth one, also rods, impetuous, enthusiastic, page of rods. It's appropriate you got a page down here in the fourth slot because the page is like the child of royalty. Here's your royalty up here at the top, king. Page is not the prince, not like that kind of child of royalty. I mean, it's like a child, the childishest one of the page through king. Guess is your fourth slot function is no more ever than a page to your king. Now your fifth slot function. You got the king of rods. It's appropriate that your fifth and first both be kings because in some sense you've got a ton of power in both areas. It may be in a bit of an unexpected sense. Like, for example, I can make some very good NI things, even though if you look at me from above, from an overall vantage point, there's nothing NI about me. Because I'm using NI as it's not intended, as an action. Making shorts, like, for example. Rachel, on the other hand, is kind of like king of NE, but not in a normal way, not by making a lot of random shit, but by just being always correct and knowing about how divergent something is from the norm, whether it's original and interesting or derivative. Now your sixth slot function. Radiant, inspiration, and the star. So I'm going to switch my frame a little bit here and say, this indicates if you are killing it with your sixth slot function, this is how you will be. And that's probably true for everybody. It's very hard to kill it with your sixth slot function, but if you are, that's how you'll be. When I was the director of Kudos, and I was killing it with my sixth slot function, and I was definitely a star. You know, the school was performing at an incredibly high level, and I was getting lots of accolades and stuff. Of course, I hated every part of the job except for the debate coaching part, which was increasingly a minority of the time because I was being asked to use too much of my sixth slot function TE and figure shit out. Now, Ruben R, I'm going to give you an 8 slot read as well. Ruben's dominant function, Ruben's second function, third, Whoa. Let's try it again. Oh, Tara, share your wisdom with me now. Tell me about Reuben and just how his function stack lines up from 1 through 8. If you could tell me, that would be great. Come on, Tara. Use Reuben's spirit guides to show the way. What is his 5th slot function? Just let it out. Just give it up, girl. Give it up to me. There. And 6. Don't be like that, girl. You know you my world. 6. Reuben has a function number 7. There it is. Sign holder, be safe and wear your hard hat. All right, Reuben. Dominant function, all about the partnership, vision, path, plan, align, kindred, 2 of rods. Tool function, it's the sun. Your tool function is a naked baby on a horse. Cooking in the sun, helmetless, a second away from falling to its death. Number 3, your tertiary is a thinker, rational, the king of swords. Your 4th slot function. Your 4th slot function wants to have children, fertility and such. This one's called the, what did you say the name of this one? Empress. Your 5th slot function, wealth, inheritance property, 10 of Pentacles. Your 6th slot function is a journey to the unknown, 8 of Cups. That's appropriate for your NE. You're like, I don't know what I gotta say. It depends what sounds weird and funny. Your 7th slot function is the blind healer, the King of Cups. This is your SI. I think you've mistaken FI for SI, Reuben. Reuben's SI is so bad, he thinks his SI is great emotional fluency. Now, oh no, it's a twofer. Never take a twofer. Here we go. Oh, your 8th slot function is stressed and worried, fearful and full of swords. 8 of swords. It's a full. You can barely hold any more swords. Anxiety, fear, worry, stress. You're stressed about whether you're going to be able to hold all the swords you have. Like, I knew I should have taken 2 trips. That happens to me too, Reuben. I try to carry everything in 1 trip too sometimes. There, I got all the cards. I pile them back up again. Well, I'm going to have to wrap this up because my phone's running out of electricity. And while I could plug it in right here, I don't like being tied to this spot like that while I'm streaming. So I'm just gonna end the stream now. I want to thank you all for being here and tell you that after my phone recharges later, maybe I'll be back and live stream more. Bye.